Chapter 1, Rebirth. Activating the space. Then let's die together. Yi Nanki's eyes were bloodshot. At the last moment, she unleashed a powerful force, dragging the two culprits who had pushed her into the beast horde along with her. Crunch, crunch. The sound of beasts chewing flesh and blood echoed. Immense pain surged, and Yi Nanchi fell into darkness. D Province, Jiang City. Yi Nanchi suddenly opened her eyes. Before her was a pristine white ceiling, beneath her a soft bed, and a beam of warm sunlight fell upon her. Yi Nanchi couldn't react for a moment. What's going on? Did someone save her? She quickly sat up, her gaze warily scanning her surroundings. What met her eyes was a small single room, less than 20 square meters. Besides the bed she was on, there was only a desk with a second-hand computer, a chair and a half-worn wardrobe. Nothing else. It was minimalist to the extreme, yet so familiar it made her want to cry. Wasn't this her home before the apocalypse? What was happening? Was she dreaming? Ding-dong, her phone by the bed suddenly rang. Yi Nanchi, still in a daze, reached out and picked up the phone. Oh, it was a phone bill from Momo 6. Wait, where would there be a signal in the apocalypse? Wait, where would there be a phone in the apocalypse? Phones were already obsolete just a few days after the apocalypse began. Could it be? Yi Nanchi thought of everything before her death, and a possibility emerged in her mind. Her hands trembled as she held her breath and opened the calendar. March 16, 2035. Yi Nanki's breathing quickened. She then tremblingly opened her contacts. She randomly tapped a number labeled TGJ, and dialed it directly. Beep beep fellow? The phone rang twice before being answered, and the voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. Yi Nanchi, who had lived in the apocalypse for 8 years, struggled to recall who the voice belonged to before realizing it was her immediate boss. She blurted out, "Boss. You're still alive, right? Yi Nanchi, are you crazy? Don't come in tomorrow, get lost." The boss angrily hung up the phone. Although the boss was furious, Yi Nanchi was overjoyed. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh. Heaven truly had eyes. Her stingy boss, who had died at the very beginning of the apocalypse, was still alive. This meant she wasn't dreaming, she had truly been reborn. But thinking of the two bitches who had caused her death, the smile on Yi Nanki's face vanished, replaced by an instant chill. The three of them met during the early days of the apocalypse while scavenging for supplies. They were of similar age and all girls, so they naturally banded together for warmth. The three traveled together, fighting side by side for 8 years. Yet the two ultimately ganged up on her for a level 7 great-mouthed fire crane beast egg. Although before she died, she used all her strength to drag both of them into the beast horde. Avenging herself on the spot, it wasn't enough. A cold smile played on Yi Nanki's lips. She still remembered where the three of them first met. And exactly 1 month from today, the apocalypse would descend again. She remembered very clearly. Due to global warming, in 25 days, the last iceberg in the Arctic would melt. A virus named SI, emerging from the iceberg, would rapidly sweep across the entire world within 2 days as seawater rose and fell. Water resources and land were contaminated by the SI virus, but creatures on Earth were unaware. On March 13th, crops and plants began to die in swathes. On March 14th, countless people suddenly developed fevers, their body temperatures soaring to 50 degrees. But strangely, at such high temperatures, those people didn't die. They merely fell into a severe coma. Neither physical cooling nor medicinal cooling had any effect. Hospitals were overcrowded, and doctors were helpless. At 12 p.m. on March 16th, those who couldn't withstand the high fever died in batches, while those who survived the high temperatures became zombies. Zombies pounced on normal humans, tearing at their bodies with sharp teeth and black-green claws. Those bitten died first, then shakily rose to become part of the zombie horde. Humanity plunged into crisis. Before the crisis could be resolved, the temperature suddenly plummeted to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, entering an extreme cold period. Humans not only had to fight zombies but also battle the harsh weather. Misery compounded upon misery. Thinking of this, Yi Nanchi slowly exhaled, then temporarily pushed her memories of her previous life to the back of her mind. The most important thing now was to hoard supplies. In the first year of the apocalypse, chaos reigned everywhere. The scarcity of food and water, the ever-present threat of zombies, plus the rapid drop in temperature during the early stages, caused her much suffering. Yunanchi quickly rolled out of bed and reached under it. Soon, she pulled out a small, locked iron box. She then walked to the corner of the room, pried up a floorboard, and retrieved a key from underneath. Click, the small lock opened. A white jade pendant appeared before Yunanchi's eyes, and a smile emerged in her eyes. Who would have thought such a small item contained a storage space within? She hadn't known either. It was only because before her death, a two-headed python bit her, simultaneously shattering the pendant. The moment the pendant shattered, transforming into a space that could be stored in her consciousness, she realized it. But it was too late then. She had already perished in the maw of the beasts. Yunanchi found a small axe and, without a word, smashed it directly onto the pendant. The pendant shattered, emitting a dazzling light, then transformed into a streak of light that drilled into Yunanchi's glabella. That super-large space immediately appeared in Yunanchi's consciousness. Yunanchi saw that the open area, tens of thousands of square meters large, was surrounded by dense fog. However, she couldn't see or touch what was behind the dense fog. Yunanchi placed her hand on the iron box and silently thought, "Collect." The iron box silently vanished from her palm, quietly appearing in the space. Yunanchi tried to take it out, then tried with other items, including her bed, one by one. After confirming that she could collect and retrieve items freely, Yunanchi began to take stock of her assets. She pulled out her bank cards and credit cards. One bank card with 100,000 in savings, one credit card with a 50,000 credit limit, and over 10,000 still on her phone. 160,000. Yunanchi rubbed the cards in her hand. Not quite enough. Yunanchi's gaze fell upon the phone by the bed. An hour later, Yunanchi looked at her phone screen, filled with various loan messages, and smiled. This should do for now. I'll borrow more if it's not enough. All in all, the miscellaneous loans amounted to over 10 million. As for the borrowed money, she had no intention of repaying it. Anyway, by the time the repayment deadline came, the apocalypse would have long since descended into chaos. Yunanchi walked to the window. It was just 7 p.m., and outside, traffic flowed like water, lights illuminated the streets, and it was very lively. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Chapter 2. Stockpiling Supplies 1. Hello. A neutral female voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Lee, it's me, Yunanchi. Do you still have any extra warehouses for rent? Yunanchi got straight to the point. A month isn't short, but it's not long either. She had to seize the time to prepare. There's one over 300 square meters, in the suburban area. It's rented monthly, 20,000 a month. If you want to rent it, I can give you a 10% discount. Sister Lee's voice was a bit more enthusiastic than before. Okay, I'll rent it. If possible, I'd like to go see the warehouse now. As Yunanchi spoke, she found Sister Lee's account and paid half of the rent up front. Now. Oh. Alright. Sister Lee had intended to refuse Yunanchi's request, but seeing the payment confirmation, she immediately beamed and agreed. You still live in Longhu community, right? I'll be there in half an hour. The sound of a door locking came from Sister Lee's end. She had already left. After hanging up, Yunanchi put everything in her room into her spatial storage. Although these things wouldn't be very useful in the apocalypse, they could still serve as firewood during the extreme cold. Yunanchi took one last look at the room she had lived in for 3 years, then left without looking back. After arriving at the community entrance, Sister Lee drove up within a few minutes. Nanchi, over here. Sister Lee, dressed in professional attire, poked her head out of the car window and waved at Yunanchi. Yunanchi walked over and quickly got into the car. Halfway there, Sister Lee looked at Yunanchi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, silent and resting with her eyes closed. The words she wanted to say remained unspoken after several attempts. An hour later, the two arrived at their destination. Under the light, the warehouse looked dusty and the wall paint was peeling. Sister Lee looked at Yunanchi with some embarrassment. Although it looks a bit old from the outside, it absolutely won't affect its use. She was a little afraid that Yunanchi wouldn't rent it anymore. Yunanchi glanced around. The nearest urban village was 1,000 meters away, making it very suitable for her to collect supplies. Yunanchi promptly transferred the remaining half of the rent to Sister Lee. Sister Lee's smile immediately widened. After dropping Yunanchi off at the city center as requested, she bid farewell to Yunanchi and drove away. Yunanchi found a hotel next to a car rental agency, checked in, and then ordered several of her favorite meals on a food delivery app. After eating, Yunanchi checked the time. It was already past midnight. Yunanchi did nothing else, charged her phone, then washed up and went to sleep. The place to receive supplies was ready. After getting enough rest, she could start working first thing in the morning. A good night's sleep. At 4 in the morning, Yunanchi opened her eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar furnishings, she was momentarily stunned before getting up. She first took out the leftover takeout from last night from her spatial storage. Looking at the still steaming takeout, Yunanchi smiled. The fresh-keeping spatial storage gave her many more options for stockpiling. Yunanchi went into the bathroom, quickly washed up, and then ate all of last night's takeout for breakfast. 8 years of life in the apocalypse made her cherish food greatly. After eating, Yunanchi left the hotel. She went straight to the car rental agency next door. The car rental boss, who was still asleep, was abruptly woken by Yunanchi's knocking. After some bargaining, Yunanchi finally rented a high-performance car for 8,000 yuan, with a rental period of 1 month. After getting the car, Yunanchi put on a mask and did some makeup around her eyes. Once her original appearance was unrecognizable, she drove straight to the largest wholesale market in Jiang City. When she arrived at the wholesale market, it was just past 6, the sky hadn't fully brightened yet, and the market owners had only just opened their doors. Yunanchi headed straight for the staple food section without hesitation. 500 bags of 50 jin rice, 500 bags of 50 jin wheat flour, 500 bags each of 30 jin corn, buckwheat, rye, sorghum, soybeans, mung beans, and other coarse grain flours. 1,000 caddies each of soybeans, mung beans, red beans, black beans, glutinous rice, black rice, japonica rice, brown rice, red rice, koik seeds, millet, oats, and various other coarse grains and legumes. 500 caddies each of sweet potato vermicelli, dried noodles, dried rice vermicelli, dried rice noodles, potato vermicelli, and fern root vermicelli. Such a large order immediately woke up the still-dazed boss. Yunanchi had no intention of explaining, and directly asked the boss to calculate the price. The boss, still a bit muddled, used his calculator to tally the cost. Finally, he showed Yunanchi a price, for 113,000. Yunanchi nodded, first transferred 50,000 as a deposit to the boss, and then gave him the warehouse address and her phone number. Please deliver the goods to this location in 2 days. Oh, the boss continued to nod dazedly, until Yunanchi left before he finally came to his senses. Wife, what do you think she's buying so much grain for? The boss looked at his wife, who was already beaming, and was utterly bewildered. What does it matter what she's doing? As long as we make a huge profit. Alright, leave the shop to me, you go prepare the stock quickly. The proprietress happily pushed the boss out. Yunanchi had already walked to the oil shop not far away. There were many types of oil, and Yunanchi was too lazy to choose, so she simply ordered some of each. 500 barrels of 5L olive oil, 1,000 barrels of 5L soybean oil, 500 barrels of 3L camellia oil, 500 barrels of 5L flaxseed oil, 500 barrels of 5L rapeseed oil, 1,000 barrels of 5L peanut oil, 1,000 barrels of 4L corn oil, 2,000 barrels of 1L perilla seed oil, 1,000 barrels of 5L flaxseed oil, 2,000 barrels of 3L rice bran oil, 1,000 barrels of 2L black sesame oil. The oil shop boss was equally stunned, but he quickly recovered and settled the price with a beaming smile. A big customer so early in the morning, he was almost overjoyed. After rounding down, the total was 610,000. Yunanchi again transferred 50,000 as a deposit and gave the boss the address and her phone number. Deliver the goods here in 3 days. 2 consecutive large orders made the bosses around the rice and oil shops eager to act. Sister, Do you need seasonings? I'll give you a huge discount. As soon as Yi Nanchi left the oil shop, the seasoning shop owner came up with a smile. Yi Nanchi nodded and followed the boss into the shop across the street. A box of salt contained 50 bags, and Yi Nanchi bought 1,000 boxes. Salt could be used as currency in the apocalypse, and was the most indispensable item after food. Light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, soy sauce, cooking wine, etc. came 12 bottles per box, and Yi Nanchi bought 1,000 boxes of each. Yi Nanchi bought 800 boxes each of chili powder, cumin powder, pepper powder, barbecue seasoning, hot pot base, and similar items. She ordered 500 caddies each of spices such as Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, fennel, and bay leaves. She bought 300 boxes each of various sauces such as soybean paste, crab roe paste, Pixian bean paste, ketchup, sweet bean paste, garlic chili sauce, beef sauce, and sesame paste. The boss quickly jotted notes with a pen and paper beside her, his smile completely unconcealable. Money, he was writing down money. In the end, after rounding down, the total came to 820,000. Because there were many and varied items. The boss stated that he would need a week to prepare the stock. Yi Nanchi had no objections, transferred 50,000 as a deposit, gave the boss the delivery address and phone number, and then turned to leave. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies 2. Immediately after, Yi Nanchi visited several more stores. The sugar was bought from different stores. 2,000 caddies of white sugar, 1,500 caddies of brown sugar, and 1,500 caddies of rock sugar. She bought 500 caddies each of various fruit candies, malt sugar, milk candy, brittle candy, soft candy, zipe candy, and others. This cost approximately 100,000 yuan. In the vegetable section, she bought 2,000 caddies of her favorites, 1,500 caddies each of the ones she disliked, and even 500 caddies each of ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic. In the fruit section, she bought 2,000 caddies of everything they had. She paid 30,000 yuan as a deposit for both the vegetable and fruit sections. After arranging with the owners for delivery to the warehouse early the next morning, Yi Nanchi hurried to the next section. In the dry goods section, she bought 1,000 caddies each of snow fungus, shiitake mushrooms, wood ear fungus, kelp seaweed, red dates, dried shrimp, dried dragon's beard noodles, and dried bean curd sticks, totaling 380,000 yuan. In the cooked food section, she bought 2,000 pieces each of steamed buns, twisted rolls, siumai custard buns, red bean buns, meat buns, and vegetable buns. She bought 300 caddies each of dumplings, glutinous rice balls, hand-grabbed pancakes, scallion pancakes, savory sauce pancakes, and flatbreads. She also bought 500 caddies of dumpling wrappers, 1,000 caddies of wet noodles, 3,000 caddies of dried noodles, and 3,000 caddies of dried thin noodles. In total, she spent about 70,000 yuan. The owners in this section stated that the goods would be delivered all at once the following afternoon. Yi Nanchi then went to the seafood section, where she bought quite a lot of items. After the apocalypse arrived, aquatic creatures were the first to be polluted and mutated. Fish included eels, grass carp, hairtail, yellow croaker, blackfish, and others. Shrimp included mantis shrimp, lobster, green shrimp, river shrimp, and others. Crabs included swimming crabs, hairy crabs, mud crabs, and king crabs. Various shellfish included scallops and clams, as well as octopus and squid. All in all, this totaled over 1.2 million yuan. Yi Nanchi was generous, and the boss was not stingy either, giving Yi Nanchi a free gift of dried fish, fresh kelp, and live fish with a wave of his hand. The delivery time for the seafood was scheduled for 10 days later. After all this shopping, it was noon. Yi Nanchi decided to eat first before continuing her purchases. So she randomly found a ramen shop nearby. After ordering a bowl of ramen, Yi Nanchi opened her shopping app. She swept through various online stores. Shampoo, shower gel, conditioner, toothpaste and toothbrushes, bar soap, laundry soap, disinfectant, alcohol, disinfectant wipes, dish soap, laundry powder, laundry detergent. Everything was purchased by the box. Combining dozens of stores, she bought 1,000 boxes of each item. Enough to last until the day she died. Yi Nanchi bought 3,000 packs of toilet paper, with 32 rolls per pack. She bought 2,000 boxes of facial tissues. Yi Nanqi bought 20,000 packs each of day use, night use, and extra-long sanitary napkins, as well as period panties. 500 towels and 500 bath towels. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, meat sausages, hot and sour rice noodles, instant rice noodles, luosafen snail noodles, canned food, meal kits, no steam rice, no cook meal replacements, instant soup packets, dehydrated vegetables, pickled mustard tubers jakai, all stockpiled by the box. Similarly, combining dozens of stores, she bought 1,500 boxes of each type of instant food. What she couldn't finish could be used to trade for resources needed later. She also stockpiled 500 boxes of milk powder for every age group. And compressed biscuits a must-have for surviving outdoors without showing off wealth. Yi Nanqi gathered them from various stores and bought 8,000 boxes in one go, with 100 packets per box. Snacks couldn't be left out either. Potato chips, spicy strips laciao, wafer cookies, chocolate, songta pine nut cakes, duck necks, egg rolls, tiger skin chicken feet, pickled pepper chicken feet, dried meat, dried fruit, nuts, cookies, bread, as well as milk, coffee, various instant drinks, and various sodas like Coke, Sprite, and Fanta. She bought 1,000 boxes of each. Before long, the number of pending shipments in Yi Nanqi's shopping app had reached over 1,000. The receiving address was uniformly set as the warehouse. Just as she finished buying these, the ramen arrived. While slurping her noodles, Yi Nanqi replied to the merchants confirming that she really did want that many items, and paid extra to have them all shipped via Maofeng Express. Halfway through her meal, the TGJ boss called. Yi Nanqi didn't answer. Instead, she sent the boss a screenshot of the balance she had previously saved. Boss. After finishing her noodles, Yi Nanqi thought of the extreme cold period that would arrive just 2 months after the start of the apocalypse. She immediately plunged into the wholesale market. Down jackets, fleece-lined thermal underwear, cold-proof suits, military greatcoats, heated clothing, scarves, hats, gloves, windbreaker jackets, cold-resistant snow boots, cold-resistant athletic shoes, slippers, and also underwear which, while not very warm, was essential. All clothes-fitting items were bought in her size, while outerwear was bought 1 or 2 sizes larger, just in case they couldn't be layered. The minimum quantity for every type of warm clothing was 200 pieces. Yi Nanqi only stockpiled enough of these items for about 1 year, because once her strength increased later on, her body would no longer fear the cold. Only underwear was bought in a larger quantity, 2,000 sets. She also bought a large amount of clothing for spring, summer, and autumn. She also bought 100 pieces each of various thick cotton quilts, down comforters, thick blankets, extra thick lamb fleece quilts, and electric blankets. She also bought 100 windproof tents and 100 extreme cold thermal sleeping bags. Including the online purchases, another 700,000 yuan had been spent in total. Next, she opened the map and marked the locations of all pharmacies in Jiang City. She drove from door to buy supplies. Antibiotics, iodophor, disinfectant water, sterile cotton, anti-inflammatory drugs, gauze fever reducers, band-aids, vitamins, blood circulation and stasis-removing medicines, and so on. Yi Nanqi didn't miss anything sold in the pharmacies that she could buy. She even bought a lot of birth control pills and condoms. She didn't arrange for delivery for these items. She moved them directly into the trunk, stored them in her space, and then rushed to the next pharmacy. Yi Nanqi spent the entire afternoon rushing between various pharmacies. Although Jiang City was not considered large, it still had hundreds of pharmacies. After visiting only 1/10 of them, the sky had completely darkened. The pharmacies had closed, so she could only continue the next day. Yi Nanqi simply drove to the largest night market in Jiang City. The city night was always bustling. After parking her car, she plunged into the lively crowds of the night market. Barbecue grilled cold noodles, malatang fried chicken, chuang skewers, braised duck, rujiamo meat sandwiches, jianbingguozi savory crepes, donkey meat fire bread, spicy stir-fried rice cakes, tonghulu candied haws. Yi Nanqi ate while stockpiling, constantly hiding in the dark corners of the night to transfer the items in her hands into her space. Yi Nanqi didn't know how many times she had circled the night market. She only knew she had kept going from the start of the night market until it closed. Seeing that all the continuous buying had only filled less than 1/10th of her space with night market delicacies, Yinanchi decided to come back every night. Remembering that supplies would be delivered to the warehouse early the next morning, Yinanchi drove straight there. She then drove the car inside the warehouse, locked the door, reclined the car seat, and prepared to rough it out in the car for the night. Lying in the car, Yinanchi opened her shopping app again, and continued shopping. Chapter 4. Stockpiling supplies 3. 300 rechargeable and 300 battery-operated waterproof high-intensity flashlights. 1,000 high-wattage LED USB-charged and solar-charged lamps each. 3,000 packs of various battery models, 100 manhwa power strips, 50 fast chargers, and 50 charging cables of various models. 10 solar generators, 5 gasoline generators and 10 diesel generators. Just in case, Yinanchi also bought 10 large-capacity hand-crank generators, 30 graphene heaters, 30 carbon fiber heaters, 300 outdoor 8000 W large-capacity mobile power banks, and 300 large-capacity power banks, 2,000 rechargeable hand warmers, and 2,000 rechargeable hot water bottles, 300 lighters and 3,000 cans of lighter refill gas, 1,000 rechargeable windproof lighters, 10,000 extra-large emergency candles, 3,000 boxes of matches. Although there will be fire type awakened, since she has the ability to start a fire herself, she won't need to rely on others. 30 high-precision compasses and 30 multifunction military knives. 200 high-magnification binoculars for day and night use, essential for observing mutated beasts and zombies in the wild. 3,000 bottles each of insecticide and air freshener. They can both eliminate odors and be used to disrupt the sense of smell of zombies and mutated beasts. 1,000 gas masks, providing protection against wind and the poisonous mist sprayed by some low-level mutated beasts. There were also body warmers, essential for winter, packaged 10 per pack, and she bought a total of 80,000 packs. She bought ones for the body and ones for the feet. 1,000 pairs of electric heating gloves capable of withstanding -40 degrees Celsius. In total, she spent nearly 2 million, with generators and mobile power banks accounting for the largest share. After receiving the first batch of supplies tomorrow, besides the pharmacy trip, I still need to buy a dozen large water tanks to store water, and I need to visit a seed store. Oh right. Yinanchi's eyes, which were about to close, snapped open again. She quickly searched for the phone number of a purified water factory and called them. Let me confirm with you again. 3,000 barrels of 18.9 L bottled purified water. 3,000 barrels of 12 L bottled purified water. 3,000 barrels of 5 L bottled purified water. 2,000 cases of bottled mineral water, 24 bottles per case. Is that correct? The water factory manager thought he was dreaming, receiving a huge order late at night. That's right. Please send me your collection account number. Yinanchi's tone was serious and not at all like a joke, so the water factory manager sent the account number with some doubt. Yinanchi immediately transferred a 50,000 deposit and attached her address. Calculate the remaining balance and tell me when you deliver. Seeing the deposit immediately transferred, the water factory manager finally believed Yinanchi wasn't messing with him. Alright, well, deliver it tomorrow afternoon. With the water problem half solved, Yinanchi lay down again. If her supernatural ability in this life was the same as in her previous life, then this water would be more than enough, with some left over. There are also pots, bowls, plates, chopsticks, disposable goods. Forget it, those aren't hot commodities. I'll worry about them later. Yinanchi closed her eyes. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Yinanchi woke up in her car. With a clang, she opened the warehouse door. It was still pitch dark outside. Yinanchi yawned and started jogging around the warehouse. Her current body wasn't the one she had 8 years later. It was very weak. Besides stockpiling supplies this month, she had to quickly start exercising. Her fighting skills were fine, she only lacked endurance. She ran for 2 full hours. 2 hours later, Yinanchi was leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. She then did a few sets of stretches, slowly calming her breath. She took out 2 items from the snacks she bought last night for breakfast, put on her mask again, and patiently waited for the vegetables and fruit to arrive. At 8:30 a.m., the vegetables and fruit arrived a total of 30 large trucks. After confirming the order with the bosses again, the people they brought began unloading the goods. To speed things up, Yunanchi personally joined in the moving and carrying. The bosses were initially watching from the side. But seeing their big customer, Yunanchi, with her slender arms and legs, personally moving things, they felt embarrassed standing by and helped carry the goods too. The items were numerous and varied, and it took over 30 people more than 4 hours of back and forth hauling to finish. As soon as the last box of fruit was moved in, Yunanchi closed the warehouse door with a clang, and the contents filling the warehouse entered her space at that very moment. Using her consciousness to examine the items was very fast. Yunanchi quickly confirmed that the items delivered by the bosses were extremely fresh, and they had even sent her extra. Yunanchi thanked the bosses and the workers who moved the goods, and quickly transferred the remaining money. The bosses didn't linger. After receiving the payment, they massaged their trembling arms and left. Yunanchi didn't stay long at the warehouse. She needed to hurry to the water tank factory and the pharmacy. Using her phone navigation, Yunanchi quickly found a factory selling water tanks nearby. She drove there quickly. After learning her intention, the factory manager immediately showed her several models. The largest model of the horizontal water tank could store 12 tons of water. Yunanchi immediately asked for the largest model, made entirely of stainless steel. She ordered 20 of them, capable of storing 240 tons of water. This would be enough for her until humans established safe zones. She also bought 30 of the largest vertical water tanks to store seafood, and if there was extra space, she would continue stockpiling water. 50 water tanks were not cheap, costing her nearly 500,000 yuan. The water tanks were in stock, and the factory manager, beaming with joy, immediately instructed the workers to load and deliver them to the warehouse. After the water tank issue was resolved, Yunanchi didn't want to waste time and rushed non-stop to the pharmacy. After sweeping through a dozen or so pharmacies, she rushed back to receive the second batch of supplies arriving in the afternoon. Dried goods and cooked food. Around 4 in the afternoon, the bosses from the dried goods and cooked food sections delivered the items as promised. After Yunanchi transferred the other half of the money, she drove to a 5-star hotel near the warehouse. She needed to find a place to store clean water. Yunanchi rented 5 rooms directly, all for a period of 1 month, specifying that housekeeping was not required. This ensured that the water tanks could remain in the rooms and continue filling up after she left. Just as she connected 5 water tanks to the faucets, the phone call from the water factory manager came through. He said the water she ordered had been delivered to the warehouse. Yunanchi immediately left and drove to the warehouse. The distance between the warehouse and the hotel was a 15-minute drive. After all the purified water was inside the warehouse, Yunanchi transferred another 150,000 yuan to the manager. The water factory also gave her many water pumps and bottled mineral water as a bonus. Only after the manager and the delivery workers left did Yunanchi turn and walk into the warehouse, close the door, and collect the water. By this time, it was dark again. Yunanchi estimated how long it would take for the water tanks to fill up, and then headed straight for the night market. She repeated the process of stockpiling gourmet food at the night market from the previous night. On the way back to the hotel, she also stopped at dessert shops and milk tea shops to buy plenty of desserts and milk tea. While waiting for a red light, Yunanchi glanced into her space. Seeing all the gourmet food piled on the ground, she frowned. Although the space wasn't dirty, she felt it necessary to get some shelves. After returning to the hotel, Yunanchi checked each room. All 10 water tanks were more than half full. They would be full and ready to swap out by tomorrow morning. After checking the status of the water tanks filling up, Yunanchi stretched. These 2 days were more exhausting than when she single-handedly killed a level 6 mutated beast in her previous life. Yunanchi yawned, chose a random room, walked into the shower, took a comfortable hot bath, and then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 5. Stockpiling Supplies 4. A Night Without Dreams. At 5 o'clock, Yunanchi opened her eyes. She changed the water tank to collect water, ate breakfast, disguised herself, and then went to the largest slaughterhouse in Jiang City to buy meat. 3 tons of lean pork, 2 tons of pork belly, 3 tons of ribs, 1 ton of fat, and 5,000 pig trotters. 3 tons of fresh beef, 3 tons of frozen beef, 3 tons of fresh lamb, 3 tons of frozen lamb, 2,000 jin each of beef and lamb offal, and 10,000 each of ox trotters, lamb chops and lamb legs. 5,000 each of processed chickens, ducks, geese, squabs and rabbits. Yi Nanqi discovered that this slaughterhouse also sold processed bullfrogs, so she bought 2,000 of them. Little girl you. The person in charge of the slaughterhouse was shocked by Yi Nanqi's extravagant spending. This is the delivery address, this is the contact number. What's your account number? Yi Nanqi didn't explain. After a string of words, her eyes, the only part exposed, looked at the person in charge very seriously. I have money. Alright, the person in charge shut up. She had money, so she could be willful. After rounding down the total, the person in charge gave Yi Nanqi a price, 940,000. After receiving a deposit of 100,000, the person in charge happily said, 3 days, guaranteed delivery. Okay, contact me in advance then. Yi Nanqi shook her phone at the person in charge and turned to leave. She then went to the poultry and egg market not far from the slaughterhouse. 30,000 each of chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, quail eggs and pigeon eggs, and even 10,000 ostrich eggs. Although the boss was shocked that Yi Nanqi wanted so many, he didn't ask further. Who cares who he sells the eggs to? Selling them all at once would save him trouble. Yi Nanqi quickly paid the deposit, made arrangements with the boss for delivery the day after tomorrow, and then hurried away. She was busy. The rice, flour, and grains were about to be delivered. Yi drove back to the warehouse quickly. As soon as she arrived at the warehouse, she received a call from the rice and flour shop owner, saying that her purchases would arrive soon. After paying the remaining balance and putting the items into her space, Yi Nanqi rushed to the seed store. She didn't pick and choose. She directly cleared out 10 seed stores. Seeds weren't expensive. Clearing out 10 stores only cost 50,000. She also bought many fruit tree saplings, spending 30,000. Although the space couldn't use them now, looking at the dense fog around the open ground, Yi Nanqi felt they might be useful in the future. In the following time, Yi Nanqi constantly moved between buying medicine, receiving supplies and collecting express deliveries. Half a month later, Yi Nanqi finally collected all the items she needed. Water and electricity were also fully stored. During this period, she also ordered countless food deliveries, visited many snack streets, various restaurants, and bought a variety of other foods. She also collected a lot of natural honey. Buying medicine costs 1.5 million, and various takeouts, desserts, milk tea, ready-made meals, honey, etc., cost over 100,000. She also went to major gas stations in Jiang City to scout the locations of buried oil tanks in advance. After doing all this, Yi Nanqi lay on the bed, exhausted. After mentally sorting all the items in her space by category, she drove out again. She quickly arrived at a store specializing in outdoor equipment. Countless aquatic mutated beasts live in both fresh and salt water. Whenever they emerge, they bring about floods, big or small. Therefore, assault boats, which can play a huge role in water, are essential. Yi Nanqi bought 20 of the best quality assault boats in the store in one go. They were made entirely of aluminum magnesium alloy, each costing 120,000. During the extreme cold, it's all ice and snow everywhere, so ice skating and skiing equipment are indispensable. 20 of the best quality snowboards in the store, 25,000 each. 100 pairs of the best quality ice skates in the store, 15,000 per pair. Yi Nanqi then saw extreme cold down mummy sleeping bags that could withstand -40 degrees Celsius. Although she had already bought 100 before, these things don't spoil, so she bought another 100, at 5,000 yuan each. 100 anti-snow blindness goggles, 2,000 yuan each. Also climbing ropes, nylon ropes, climbing gloves. Because she bought many items and none were cheap, the boss gave Yi Nanqi an 80 discount, totaling 4.12 million. After agreeing with the boss to deliver the goods the next afternoon, Yi Nanqi left. This money really doesn't last. I'm actually 4 million in debt. After getting into the car, Yi Nanqi calculated her balance, and couldn't help but sigh. What else could she do but continue to borrow money? 10 minutes later, over 20 million yuan was deposited into Yinanqi's bank card. She rushed to the coal factory without stopping. She bought 30 tons of anthracite, 40 tons of smokeless coal, and 40 tons of biomass pellet fuel in one go. 50,000 honeycomb briquettes and 300,000 quick-burning fruitwood charcoal pieces. These items could be used during both the extreme cold period and in the wilderness areas where mutated beasts and zombies roamed. After paying a 50,000 deposit and agreeing with the boss to deliver the goods in 3 days, Yinanqi walked out of the coal factory. Immediately after, she went to a store selling stoves. She bought 10 biomass pellet heaters, 10 wood and coal dual-fuel heaters, and 10 honeycomb stoves. After paying the deposit, Yinanqi asked the boss to deliver the items to the warehouse the next day. After deducting various outstanding payments, less than 14 million yuan remained in her card. Yinanqi then went to the home appliance store. She bought 3 each of dishwashers, washing machines, dryers, microwave ovens, ice cream makers, refrigerators, rice cookers, electric stew pots, blenders, ovens, electric hot pots, air fryers, and sterilizers. She bought 5 each of hair dryers, electric irons, humidifiers, grinders, vacuum sealers, fruit and vegetable purifiers, small dumpling skin makers, automatic noodle makers, and bread makers. Whether she'd use them or not, she was going to buy them. Rich and willful, she still hadn't bought pots, bowls, plates, and disposable consumables. She still had a lot of money left, but not many items left to buy. Yinanqi was too lazy to run from place to place anymore. She simply went to the largest warehouse-style supermarket in Jiang City, found the supermarket manager directly, and gave him a list of what she wanted to buy. Woks, frying pans, boiling pots, steamers, soup pots, clay pots, etc., all of the best quality, 20 of each. Bowls, plates, and spoons were also not consumables. She bought 20 of each, all stainless steel. 1,000 pairs of stainless steel chopsticks, 2,000 stainless steel forks. Chopsticks and forks could be used as weapons when necessary. 30 each of large and small brushes, buckets, and basins. 300 boxes each of various tapes, plastic wrap covers, aluminum foil, different sized vacuum bags, disposable gloves, and trash bags. Another 100 boxes each of all snacks, milk powder, milk, instant foods, and semi-finished products available in the supermarket. Another 300 boxes each of sanitary napkins, tissues, and wet wipes. As much fresh meat, fruits, and eggs as the supermarket could supply. The supermarket manager looked at Yinanqi, who was wearing a mask and heavy eye makeup, with a strange gaze after seeing the long list on the paper. Was she here to stock up for a business? Yinanqi thought the manager suspected she had no money, and calmly uttered 3 words. I have money. Supermarket manager. After paying a 100,000 deposit, the supermarket manager stated that all items would be delivered to the warehouse 2 days later. Yinanqi nodded and left the supermarket. Then she went to various car rental agencies in Jiang City. A total of 20 vehicles, including 5 box trucks. Yinanqi drove all these vehicles to a place without people or surveillance cameras, and then stored them in her space. She also went to a car accessories store and bought many anti-skid chains. After finishing her purchases, Yinanqi returned to the hotel. She didn't do anything else, just slept soundly for a whole day. After more than half a month of rushing around, she needed rest. Chapter 6. The apocalypse arrives 1. 2 days later, Yinanqi stored her last batch of supplies into her space. Looking at the neatly arranged supplies in her space, Yinanqi curved her lips. Food, drinks, clothes, daily necessities, and even electricity, she had stockpiled them all. If there was anything else she needed but hadn't stockpiled, Yinanqi planned to go out and find it later. At this point, the apocalypse was less than a week away. Yinanqi no longer rushed around stockpiling as before. Instead, she casually drove around the city. When she passed a hardware store, she would go in and browse, always emerging with a few axes, cleavers, or wrenches. Yinanqi also stored these tools, which could be used as weapons, one by one into her space. When passing supermarkets, pharmacies, snack shops, and restaurants, Yinanqi would also go in and browse, buying scattered items. Today was the last day. Over the past 3 days, news of large areas of crops and plants inexplicably dying, and countless people suddenly developing strange fevers, had overwhelmingly filled everyone's phone screens and inboxes. Some people were worried and had consciously bought some food to store at home, but most people were still living their lives indifferently. At this moment, the disguised Yinanchi parked her car by the roadside, looking out the car window with an indifferent expression. It was dinner time, and pedestrians walked in groups of 3 or 5, looking for their preferred restaurants. It wasn't until there were few people left on the street that Yinanchi restarted her car and headed towards the gas station in Jiang City. There were many cars queuing at the gas station, and the staff were mostly busy. Yinanchi carefully avoided the people at the gas station, and with the cover of night and having scouted the location beforehand, she easily retrieved the underground fuel tanks to avoid making any noise. Yinanchi even took the soil around the fuel tanks into her space, then dumped all the soil out in a secluded spot. With her space being static, Yinanchi wasn't worried about these fuel tanks causing trouble inside. 5 fuel tanks, approximately 100 tons of gasoline. Yinanchi silently curved her lips, quickly returned to her car, and continued to the next gas station. The same method and operation. From 7 p.m. to past 2 a.m., a full 7 hours, Yinanchi collected a total of 2,000 tons of gasoline and 2,600 tons of diesel. Hundreds of large fuel tanks neatly arranged in a corner of her space put Yinanchi in a good mood. It was still dark, and Yinanchi decided to go to the street with the most pharmacies again. The pharmacies were all locked, but this didn't bother Yinanchi. She pulled out an embroidery needle, and 30 seconds later, Yinanchi slipped into the largest pharmacy in Jiang City. She took all the shelves. Like a plague of locusts, everything was gone except for the walls and doors. Then to the next pharmacy. Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, seeds for Chinese medicinal herbs. 2 hours later, Yinanchi looked at the thousands of full medicine shelves arranged in her space and stopped. She turned her attention to the warehouse-style supermarket she had visited earlier. She still hadn't found shelves for her food. Half an hour later, Yinanchi arrived in front of the warehouse-style supermarket. At 4:30 a.m., the supermarket was dim and empty. Yinanchi opened the supermarket door with the same method. The supermarket was very large, with a total area of 12,000 square meters. Time was tight, so Yinanchi collected goods frantically. Regardless of whether she needed it or not, anything she saw would enter her space. After quickly sweeping through the entire supermarket, Yinanchi went to the supermarket warehouse. The warehouse was not small, covering a full 2,000 square meters. It seemed to have just been restocked, as the warehouse was jam-packed. Yinanchi unceremoniously collected everything. After leaving the supermarket, Yinanchi chuckled at the 6 a.m. darkness. First, borrow money to buy a batch of supplies, then pick up another batch of supplies. This is happiness, this is it. Although the apocalypse was only a few hours away and surveillance would soon fail. But just in case, Yinanchi decided to change her outfit. She drove to a secluded spot without surveillance or people, first removed her facial disguise, then changed into dark clothes. After all this, Yinanchi switched to a different car and drove directly to the city center. The city center had many people and many gas stations. She wanted to take advantage of the chaos to collect another wave of gasoline and diesel. At 8 a.m., Yinanchi got a haircut. At 9 a.m., Yinanchi drove to a high-end hotel. Hello. Here are your room card and ID card. Please keep them safe. The front desk lady smiled sweetly, handing Yinanchi her ID card and room card. Thank you. Yinanchi put away her ID card and room card, and walked towards her room. Being busy all night brought great rewards, but it was also truly exhausting. She needed to sleep for a while. Time passed minute by minute, and at exactly 12 noon, the alarm she set rang. Yinanchi opened her eyes, reached out to turn off the alarm, and got up to eat lunch. At the same time, screams echoed in various hospitals. Just like in Yinanchi's previous life, countless high-fever patients mutated into zombies. 10-centimeter fangs, sharp claws, greenish-black skin, and strength superior to ordinary humans. Ah! Monsters, help! Screams came from next door. along with the unique roars of zombies. Yi Nanki's expression was calm. She wasn't surprised and continued eating her meal. There were too many high-fever patients, and hospitals simply couldn't accommodate them. Many people took medicine, and then went home or found a place near the hospital to recuperate. The commotion outside grew louder. Yi Nanqi lowered her head, shoveled the last bite of food into her mouth, then retrieved an iron rod from her space. Whoosh! Yi Nanqi slowly exhaled, then became excited. Long time no see, my dear Apocalypse. She opened the door, and a zombie, hearing the sound, staggered towards her. Yi Nanqi murmured, "First level zombie, long time no see." She quickly took a few steps forward, swung the iron rod, and heavily smashed it towards the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie's head instantly split apart, blood and brains splattered on the wall, and its body fell heavily to the ground. Only zombies of level 2 or higher would have ability cores in their heads. Yi Nanqi stepped over the zombie's corpse and walked forward. Follow her, she's not afraid of this monster. Quickly follow her to escape. Ugh! A hotel guest saw Yi Nanqi kill the zombie and, while gagging, secretly followed behind her. Yi Nanqi ignored the person behind her, slung the iron rod over her shoulder, and quickly walked outside. Chapter 7. The Apocalypse Arrives Too. Roar! 2 more zombies stretched out their greenish-black claws and shambled toward Yi Nanqi. There are 2, run! The hotel guests following Yi Nanqi scrambled back into their rooms. Yi Nanqi sked, swung her iron rod again, and with 2 bangs, the zombies fell to the ground. The guests who hadn't managed to hide in their rooms were stunned. What a fierce little girl. Follow. Quickly continue following her. One guest retrieved a chair from their room, gathered their courage, and followed them again. Yi Nanqi glanced back. Not bad, they at least knew to grab a weapon, even if it was a bit cumbersome to use. The guests behind her felt awkward when they saw Yi Nanqi look back, especially the strong, burly men. It was truly embarrassing for a bunch of grown men to be cowering behind a little girl. No, they had to be self-reliant and face the monsters. The guests straightened their backs, holding their chairs, ready to move forward, but the next second, they're coming again, little girl, the monsters are back. Forget it, who cares if it's embarrassing, survival is paramount. 3 black lines appeared on Yi Nanqi's forehead. She turned sharply, blew up the head of the approaching zombie, and then strode out of the hotel. She was in a hurry to collect gasoline and diesel. Over a dozen zombies were wandering outside the hotel, relentlessly chasing those who were running around. First-level zombie, strong but slow, not difficult to handle. But when most people encounter danger, their subconscious reaction is to either run away or freeze in terror, waiting for death. Although it was the easiest time to survive in the early stage of the apocalypse, later statistics showed that the initial period had the highest human mortality rate. Yi Nanqi only spared a glance before turning and walking toward her car. There were 12 or 13 guests who had followed Yi Nanqi out. Seeing her about to leave, they immediately grew anxious. "Little girl, where are you going?" A middle-aged man in his early 40s shouted toward Yi Nanqi. Yi Nanqi ignored them, got directly into her car, and drove away. What should we do? Watching the zombies surround them, some timid guests started crying. Why don't we just go back? The monsters inside were killed by the little girl, so it's safe. A young man in his early 20s said this while trembling, tightly gripping the broom in his hand. What the hell are we afraid of? If a little girl dares to fight these monsters, why are we chickening out? Go, let's kill them. The middle-aged man who had previously spoken to Yi Nanqi was the first to charge toward the zombies, chair held high. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth, raised the weapons they held, and rushed toward the zombies as well. 20-something minutes later, the guests sat on the ground, panting heavily. 4 or 5 zombie corpses lay beside them. Haha, see? I told you we could kill them. The middle-aged man laughed heartily while sitting on the ground. Yes, but bro, stop laughing. Your laughter is going to attract the monsters from far away. Alright, I'll shut up. Yi Nanqi followed the map and arrived at the nearest gas station. The gas station was quiet. There were neither people nor zombies. But Yi Nanqi still didn't dare lower her guard, carrying her iron rod as she carefully walked inside. It wasn't until she reached the buried oil tanks and found nothing unusual that Yunanchi slightly relaxed, quickly collected the oil tanks, and rushed to the next gas station. As time passed, there were more and more zombies and fleeing people on the roads. More and more people were driving cars just like her. The difference was that others were desperate to escape, while she was desperate to seize opportunities. When encountering zombies, Yunanchi could just ram them with her car, but when encountering people in cars, she had to avoid them, which greatly slowed her down. Yunanchi had no choice but to change her route, trying to choose secluded paths so she could reach the gas stations quickly. The best time to seize opportunities was now, considering that later on, there would be mutants who awakened storage supernatural abilities. Although their storage spaces couldn't compare to hers, they had the advantage of numbers, and the combined space wasn't small. When everyone came out looking for supplies, there wouldn't be many opportunities left. Yunanchi drove around Jiang City all afternoon, collecting another 5,000 tons of gasoline, and over 3,000 tons of diesel. That should be enough. Yunanchi looked at the densely packed oil tanks in her space, and decided to temporarily stop collecting gasoline and diesel. Just as she was about to drive away and return to the hotel, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Yunanchi quickly got out of the car, waved her hand to store the vehicle, and ran toward an open area nearby. As the wind rose and clouds surged, the earth shook and the mountains swayed, and the slightly dim sky instantly turned pitch black. What was going on? Yunanchi was shocked internally, but her actions were swift. She quickly retrieved a flashlight from her space. Under the illumination of the strong light, she saw everything around her shaking violently. Some old buildings were already showing signs of collapse. Countless frightened screams and cries for help came from the residential area nearby, and some quick-acting people had already run out. Their faces were filled with panic. Yunanchi, however, was very calm. Even though the ground beneath her occasionally cracked open, revealing small fissures, she didn't panic, only rapidly jumped and dodged. Although this earthquake was severe, it was nothing to Yunanchi, who had fought against exotic beasts and zombies for 8 years in the apocalypse. After all, the high-level exotic beasts that appeared later could cause landslides and ground fissures with a single swipe of their claws. Meow. While dodging, a sudden urgent cat meow came from the old building complex nearby. Yunanchi shone her flashlight over and saw a calico cat. Countless fragments of bricks and tiles were falling from above it, and it was jumping left and right, desperately trying to dodge. It looked incredibly thrilling and dangerous. Yunanchi took one look and withdrew her gaze. In the apocalypse, animals' survival ability was much stronger than humans. Yunanchi didn't plan to intervene, but the calico cat sprinted toward Yunanchi. Humans know to seek advantage and avoid harm, and animals even more so. Meow. It's safe near that poop scooper. The calico cat agilely leaped over one fissure after another, finally landing precisely next to Yunanchi. Good agility. Yunanchi couldn't help but praise the calico cat that had jumped accurately to her feet. The calico cat seemed to understand Yunanchi's words and proudly raised its head. Meow meow. That's a given. Meow is the battle overlord among cats. Unfortunately, its coolness lasted less than 3 seconds. Just as the calico cat was being smug, a narrow fissure, big enough for a cat to fall into, suddenly appeared beneath it. The calico cat's fur stood on end. Meow 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 meow. Ah. A meow shouldn't be too proud. It's easy to die. Poop scooper, help. At the critical moment, an iron rod appeared in Yunanchi's hand. While dodging the fissure, she used the rod to flick the calico cat into the air. The calico cat landed safely. After letting out a sigh of relief as if narrowly escaping death, it darted to Yunanchi's feet. Meow. Meow was terrified to death. It's still safest next to the poop scooper. Yunanchi found its little expression amusing. This cat was quite sentient. The violent earth tremors lasted a full 15 minutes, followed by several aftershocks. 3 hours later, everything calmed down. Yunanchi looked around. Within her line of sight, there were ruins and broken walls, a scene of devastation, with dust flying everywhere. What exactly is going on? I couldn't possibly misremember the timing of a major event like this earthquake. Yinanchi desperately tried to recall the events of her previous life. There had been an earthquake in her previous life too, but that happened 2 months after the apocalypse began. Chapter 8. Choosing a residence. Although that earthquake took many human lives, the slow-moving zombies suffered greater losses compared to humans who actively dodged danger. The earthquake instead gave the survivors a chance to breathe. Immediately after came the extreme cold period. After the extreme cold period began, first-level mutants appeared among the surviving humans, and second-level zombies appeared among the surviving zombies. The extreme cold period lasted for half a year. After it ended, the birds and beasts in nature began to mutate, especially those fierce beasts and raptors, whose physical qualities were already superior to humans. This mutation increased their strength by tens to hundreds of times. About half a month later, first-level mutated beasts appeared on land, and first-level and second-level mutated beasts appeared in the water, and humans consequently fell into an even greater crisis. Water resources and land were contaminated by the SI virus, making water and food a problem. Water could be exchanged with water element and ice-type mutants, but food could only be consumed until it ran out. Coupled with the relentless pursuit of zombies and mutated beasts rushing into cities, humans could no longer fight alone. They banded together, the authorities built safe zones, and individuals formed small teams. Everyone searched for supplies remaining from before the apocalypse and edible items in the apocalypse, and together they killed mutated beasts and zombies, gradually stabilizing the situation. She, too, was once one of the mutants, an ice element mutant, and her favorite thing to do was to fight zombies and various mutated beasts. No, Yinanchi patted her face. Now was not the time to think about what she liked to do. Yinanchi reconsidered the matter at hand. Now that the earthquake has come early, does that mean the remaining events will also be brought forward? If so, the extreme cold period, which accounts for the second highest human mortality rate, is about to arrive. Extreme low temperatures combined with zombies, a double assault, caused many people not to survive. Yinanchi's gaze fell on the city center. She remembered that many places in the city center had withstood this earthquake, and had not collapsed until the end of the extreme cold period. She must go there immediately to occupy a place as her residence to cope with the upcoming extreme cold period. The surroundings were a ruin. The car couldn't be driven. Yinanchi glanced around. Besides her and the calico cat at her feet, there were no other living creatures. She confidently pulled out a mountain bike from her space and rode towards the city center. Meow. A bicycle appeared. The calico cat was stunned, then chased after Yinanchi. Meow meow. Poop scooper, where are you going? Take me with you. A cat's intuition. Following this poop scooper means survival. Yinanchi naturally noticed the calico cat following her, but she didn't pay attention or drive it away. The road is wide enough for people, and for cats too. Yinanchi rode her bicycle like an acrobat, constantly weaving through the ruins. Meow meow. The calico cat behind her meowed, eating dust, yet still chased relentlessly. Brave kitty, unafraid of difficulties, charge. Catch up to the poop scooper, and someone will serve you from now on. Along the way, what she saw most were blood and corpses, but most of these corpses belonged to zombies. Thanks to the zombies, when the earthquake struck, many people were fleeing in the streets, thus escaping disaster. Yinanchi found a hidden spot to put away her bicycle, and took out her iron rod again. Having entered the city center, both zombies and survivors had increased. When everyone was struggling, she couldn't appear too relaxed. Whenever a zombie approached, she would swing the iron rod in her hand. However, before it was 1 hit per zombie, now it takes 4 or 5 hits to deal with one. Her strength had to be displayed appropriately, otherwise, she would be targeted by malicious people. But it couldn't be too much, otherwise, she would be entangled by those who fantasized about free rides. Although she wasn't afraid of either, who would seek trouble for themselves. Yinanchi weaved through survivors and zombies. This building will do. Yinanchi looked at the tall building in front of her, stroking her chin and muttering to herself. The building was 15 stories high, a chain hotel-style apartment. The reason for choosing a hotel-style apartment instead of a residential community was that residential communities still had original residents, and she was too lazy to determine which units were occupied and which were not. Yinanchi directly chose the top floor. Firstly, it was convenient for her to go to the rooftop to use the solar generator. And secondly, the top floor would save a lot of trouble. As for 15 flights of stairs, that was nothing to her. Yinanchi directly entered the building's door, raised her iron rod, and knocked away a zombie coming towards her. The entire city had lost power due to the earthquake, and the stairwell was pitch dark. Yinanchi wasn't afraid. She pulled out a flashlight and climbed up the emergency stairs, with the calico cat meowing behind her. "Little one, do you want to follow me?" Yinanchi asked the calico cat following her, smiling, as she climbed the stairs. She couldn't see the calico cat's expression in the dark, only hear its increasingly cheerful meows. "Yes, yes, Poop Scooper, I want to follow you." "Then follow," Yinanchi agreed readily. A calico cat that understood human nature so well, if properly trained, would also be a good helper. At least more sincere than humans. It would be even better if it could mutate next. If not, she would find a way to make it so. Upon hearing Yinanchi agree to let it follow, the calico cat pushed off with its hind legs and leaped directly onto Yinanchi's shoulder. It's not big, but it's quite heavy. Yinanchi reached out and pinched the calico cat's limbs. They were strong and powerful. A good fighter. Not bad, Yinanchi praised. The calico cat rubbed against Yinanchi's face upon hearing the praise. A poop scooper who always praises the cat it likes. First-level zombies couldn't climb stairs, so the person and the cat didn't encounter any zombies in the emergency stairwell. After stepping onto the last stair, 3 zombies immediately appeared. Yinanchi quickly swung 2 rods, headshotting the 2 zombies on the left and right. Then kicked the one in the middle to the ground. She then quickly ran 2 steps and plunged the iron rod into its brain before the zombie could get up. Pop! Yinanchi pulled the iron rod out of the zombie's head, then stomped her right foot hard on the ground and charged towards 7 or 8 zombies not far away. Bang bang bang! A series of dull thuds sounded, and zombies flew backward one after another. Yinanchi took the calico cat and circled the 15th floor. After dealing with all the zombies, she began to dispose of their bodies. She put on a gas mask, then dragged all the zombie corpses to the emergency stairs, poured gasoline and lit them. The fire was intense, and a few minutes later, the bodies turned to ash. I really hope my supernatural ability awakens soon. Then I won't have to deal with corpses so troublesome. Yinanchi pouted. Her clothes, already ravaged by the earthquake, were now even more unwearable. Reeking of corpse stench. She turned and walked back into the hallway, randomly chose a room, then took out an embroidery needle. Click. The door lock opened. Inside it was clean and empty. Yinanchi changed all her clothes inside, from innerwear to outerwear, including her shoes. The changed clothes were casually tossed into the trash can in the hallway by Yinanchi. Then she closed the door and, walked to the innermost room. Room number 1509, with 2 anti-theft doors, the security factor was certainly top-notch. Yinanchi wiggled her fingers, and the embroidery needle, which had appeared twice already, made its reappearance. A few seconds later a click sound. The door lock opened. Yinanchi walked in with the calico cat. The area wasn't large, about 80 square meters, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. As she expected, there were no people or zombies, and the room was very clean. Chapter 9. Xiaoli and Little Flower. After confirming the situation inside the room, Yinanchi pulled out 3 door locks from her space. She then took out the lock-changing tools she bought from the hardware store and swiftly replaced the locks on the 2 anti-theft doors and the final room door. Yinanchi used an electric saw to remove all the anti-theft bars outside the windows, sealed the windows with glue, and then applied 2 layers of insulation film. The thick mattress on the bedroom bed was also fixed to the bedroom window, sealed all around with cling film and tape. Next, she used her space to move 2 tall cabinets from the living room into the bedroom, placing them in front of the mattress. The wardrobe in the bedroom was also moved to block the mattress. This way it could prevent wind, cold, and intruders. Immediately after, Yinanchi spread a thick blanket on the living room floor and moved the empty bed from the bedroom to the living room. She took out a new mattress and thick quilts from her space and made the bed. Using the living room as a bedroom allowed her to know what was happening outside at all times. The kitchen window was also sealed with glue, and all but one of the living room windows were sealed to allow for ventilation. The kitchen window had 3 layers of insulation film. For the living room window, to facilitate ventilation, Yinanchi only applied 1 layer of zippered insulation film. Fortunately, there was also a sliding door in front of the living room window to block the wind. In front of the kitchen and living room windows and the sliding door, she hung thick cotton curtains with zippers in the middle, sealing both sides of the curtains with cling film and tape. Finally, she took out 4 LED rechargeable lights and hung them on the walls of the living room, bathroom, bedroom, and kitchen, so there would be light at night. After finishing all this, Yinanchi rubbed her rumbling stomach. She took some food out of her space to eat. Rice, braised pork ribs, mapo tofu, boiled fish, and a bottle of iced cola. The calico cat meowed enviously beside her. Yinanchi opened a can of tuna cat food for it, then took out 2 small bowls and poured some cat food and water for it. The cat food and canned cat food were taken during her last sweep of the supermarket. When she went, the shelves in the pet section of the supermarket were fully stocked with cat food, cat litter, dog food, rodent food, pet snacks, and so on. Moreover, the supermarket's warehouse also stored nearly 2,000 boxes of pet food. In the apocalypse, pet food was also a good thing, capable of being life-saving rations. Although she wouldn't eat it, she could exchange it for other things with people. After eating, Yinanchi put the unfinished food back into her space, refilled the calico cat's water, and then walked into the kitchen. The kitchen cabinets contained many condiments, as well as pots, bowls, and cleavers, which should have been provided by the apartment. Yinanchi had no plans to cook for the time being, so she put all these items into her space. She also didn't plan to stay here permanently. Once she had personally killed her enemies from her previous life, and at most after the extreme cold period passed, she would head north to capital city. Huaxia country's capital city was one of the first places to establish a safe zone. But the safe zone was not the reason that attracted Yinanchi. It was the Jiuzhou Research Institute located within the capital city safe zone. In the later stages of the apocalypse, 3 research institutes became famous across various countries. They were Huaxia country's Jiuzhou Research Institute, the United States of America's Columbia Research Institute, and the Shesu country's Federal Research Institute. These 3 were the first research institutes to develop laser weapons and technological battlesuits. Laser weapons with powerful lethality and high-defense technological battlesuits were what she most craved in her previous life. Most of her contribution points in her previous life were exchanged for food and water, but in this life, Yinanchi glanced at her space and smiled. The well-fed calico cat walked into the kitchen and meowed twice at Yinanchi, who was lost in thought. Meow meow. Poop scooper, what are you doing? Yinanchi came back to her senses and temporarily suppressed the thoughts in her heart. She squatted down, reached out, and stroked its head, then said, "Little fella, I'll give you a name. How about Shaoli?" Meow meow. The calico cat meowed urgently twice. No, it's not domineering enough, change it." Such an excited meow. "It seems you really like it." Yinanchi, who was terrible at naming, naturally saw the calico cat's resistance. But she was too lazy to think further, so she nodded seriously, got up, and strode back to the living room. Meow meow. The calico cat clung to Yinanchi's pants, refusing to let go. "Poop scooper, it's not what you think. Meow doesn't like it, please think again. Shaoli or Little Flower, you choose one yourself." Calico cat It suddenly loosened its claws and fell to the ground. "Shaoli it is." Meow accepts it. Yinanchi's lips curved slightly, then she took out a litter box from her space and placed it in the bathroom. After pouring some cat litter into it, Yinanchi placed a cat bed beside her own bed. She also placed the 2 small bowls she had used for Shaoli's food and water next to the cat bed. "This should be enough, right?" Yinanchi muttered to herself. She had never raised a cat before and felt this was sufficient. Just as Yinanchi finished setting up for Shaoli, noisy sounds came from both the emergency staircase and downstairs. Other people had entered. Yinanchi was not surprised. Compared to the outside, These sturdy, uncollapsed houses were clearly safer. Xiaoli, you wait for me obediently at home. Yi Nanqi stroked Xiaoli's head, took out an iron rod from her space, opened the door and walked out. She closed the door behind her, leaned against it, with the iron rod standing beside her, waiting for the people below to come up. There were only so many habitable places, but the number of people far exceeded the number of dwellings, so conflicts were bound to arise. Instead of passively waiting for those people to smash her door, it was better to take the initiative. In less than 5 minutes, someone, wielding a kitchen knife, rushed in from the emergency staircase. It was a thin man in his early 30s, panting like an ox. After entering, he found that the 15th floor had no zombies. He was overjoyed and couldn't help but howl. There are no zombies here. Shut up. Do you want to call everyone downstairs up here to fight us for it? Behind him was a slightly plump woman holding a chair leg as a weapon. Hearing his shouting, she pushed him in dissatisfaction. Both were covered in dirt, each carrying a bulging backpack on their backs. Wife, I was wrong. The man readily admitted his mistake, pulling the equally breathless woman as they cautiously walked further inside. After a few steps, they saw Yi Nanqi leaning against a doorway. The two were clearly startled but immediately smiled at her in a friendly manner. One doesn't hit a smiling person, and Yi Nanqi likewise forced a smile at the two. This counted as a greeting. The two walked towards the innermost room at the other end. Husband, there's no key in this door. How do we get in? Yi Nanqi heard the woman ask the man. Don't worry. Have you forgotten what my old profession was? The man smiled at the woman and took off his large backpack. Yi Nanqi saw him pull out a set of lock-picking tools from his backpack. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, a bit impressive, to actually carry lock-picking tools with him. She wondered what kind of old profession would make someone carry lock-picking tools with them. After about 10 minutes of rustling and clinking, the man successfully opened 3 door locks. The two quickly went inside, and the hallway returned to quiet. But the quiet lasted less than 5 minutes before another group of people rushed in from the emergency staircase. They were equally surprised to find no zombies on the 15th floor. And then they ran towards the various empty rooms. As they ran, they saw Yi Nanqi leaning against the door. Chapter 10, Seizing. Having just entered the apocalypse, most people were still good citizens who obeyed the law. Seeing that Yi Nanqi had already occupied 1509, they headed toward other rooms. Yi Nanqi silently calculated. There were 18 rooms on the 15th floor, but over 60 people had come up. The rooms were far from enough. Once they realized there weren't enough rooms, people would start having malicious thoughts. Malice is contagious, and the shell of a law-abiding citizen would soon be trampled underfoot, shattered into pieces. But this was the apocalypse. The law of the jungle: plunder, murder, and meeting violence with violence was the norm in the apocalypse. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the wall, followed by the sound of punching and kicking. How dare you try to snatch it from me? I'll beat you to death. See? It had already begun. Yi Nanqi watched with cold eyes. A short, fat man with a meaty face pinned a tall, thin man down and savagely beat him. Are you going to try and snatch it from me again? Are you? The short, fat man asked the tall, thin man fiercely. No, Ibon. I want. The tall, thin man's voice was tearful. Woo, it hurt too much. Pa, the short, fat man spat on the tall, thin man, then got up and stood in front of the door. His eyes, flashing with malice, glared fiercely at the people around him. This room was his. If anyone dared to steal it, he would beat them to death. The surrounding people were intimidated by his ruthlessness, and indeed no one dared to steal. However, his actions stirred up the thoughts of those nearby. Before long, screams constantly echoed throughout the entire 15th floor. In order to secure a safe place to live, those who hadn't snatched a room started attacking those who had. But they were careful about their targets, specifically picking on people who looked weak and useless. For example, a frail little girl like Yi Nanqi. Yi Nanqi glanced at the dozen or so people surrounding her and chuckled lightly. They were treating her like a soft persimmon ready to be squeezed. She picked up the iron rod beside her and slowly stood straight. Some people saw the iron rod in her hand, but they weren't wary, they only mocked her. Little sister, That iron rod is so heavy, can you even lift it? Don't struggle, just hand over the room. Little brat, if you obediently give up the room, we'll let you off. If you don't want to leave, that's fine too. Sleep with Big Brother, and Big Brother can save a corner for you in the room, ha 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 ha. Yeah. Yi Nanchi ignored them, dragging the iron rod as she walked toward the young man who suggested she sleep with him. The young man thought Yi Nanchi had agreed to his proposition, and laughed even more triumphantly. Bang! With one downward swing of the rod. The laughter ceased abruptly. Horror and fear flashed in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Yi Nanchi. Ah! The man's entire right shoulder had completely collapsed, and he let out a heart-wrenching shriek. Yi Nanchi grabbed him by the collar, walked straight to the corridor window, opened it, and threw the man out. The entire 15th floor went silent. Who else wants my room? Yi Nanchi looked at the crowd before her expressionlessly, her voice calm, as if she had merely slaughtered a chicken. Sigh, it wasn't that she wanted to kill people right at the start of the apocalypse, but if she didn't kill the chicken to warn the monkeys would harass her endlessly. Everyone frantically shook their heads and retreated. When they snatched rooms, they would at most beat someone up and utter a few threats. Who could have expected that such a ruthless person was hiding here, killing someone without a second thought? And she was just a seemingly frail little girl. Who could handle this? I am going to call the police. You killed someone. A few minutes later, a young woman in her early 20s tremblingly pulled out her phone. Go ahead. Yi Nanchi dropped the two words and walked back to her door. The apocalypse came suddenly. Zombies, the extreme cold and mutated beasts arrived one after another, so fast that the authorities didn't have time to react and were busy trying to save themselves, let alone launching rescue missions. In the early stages of the apocalypse, humanity relied entirely on self-rescue. Besides, the electricity was cut, and the signal was gone. What good was a phone? Seeing that the surrounding people were intimidated by her, and stayed far away from 1509 with no one even daring to occupy the adjacent 1508, Yi Nanchi yawned. She had spent the entire previous afternoon collecting gasoline and oil, and hadn't slept all night due to the earthquake. She was truly exhausted. She opened the door, locked it, and placed the iron rod next to the door. She got into bed, closed her eyes, all in one smooth motion. Xiaoli watched the door. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Yi Nanchi instructed Xiaoli, who was running around the room, and then fell into a deep sleep. In the last second of consciousness, she was still wondering if a cat could really guard the house, and whether she should adopt a dog instead. After all, mutated dogs were very strong. Xiaoli, suddenly tasked with guard duty, puffed out its chest, walked elegantly to the door, and then lowered its head to lick its claws, which concealed sharp nails. Poups coupé, don't worry. With me here, you're safe. An hour later, Yi Nanchi sat up in a fit of rage, because someone was pounding on her door like a war drum. Bang bang bang. The person inside, don't hide and stay silent. I know you're in there. Hurry up and open the door for me. Scratch scratch scratch. Xiaoli's sharp claws scraped hard against the door, warning the people outside. Bastards! Stop knocking. You'll wake up the poop scooper. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Open the door. Scratch scratch scratch. Shut up. Don't disturb the poop scooper. Bang bang bang. If you don't open the door soon, I'm going to smash it down. Scratch scratch scratch. Keep knocking, keep making noise, and the meow will scratch your face off. So annoying. Yi Nanchi violently threw off the blanket, got out of bed, grabbed the iron rod by the door, opened the door, and charged out. The people at the doorway were startled by Yi Nanchi rushing out, and collectively retreated several steps. Before the people opposite could speak, Yi Nanchi pointed the iron rod at them and asked, full of fire, who was knocking on the door just now. There were 4 people opposite her. An elderly couple and a middle-aged couple. It was clear they were working together. Isn't it too much for a little brat like you to occupy such a large room alone? From now on, this room belongs to us. However, considering you arrived first, we can let you have the bathroom. Before the middle-aged man opposite could finish speaking, Yi Nanchi swung the iron rod down. I dare you to knock. I dare you to knock. After 2 swings from Yi Nanchi, The middle-aged man's arms hung limply at his sides. Husband! How dare you hit my husband? I'll fight you! The middle-aged woman shrieked and rushed toward Yinanchi. Yinanchi immediately delivered a kick. The next second, the middle-aged woman lay on the ground, clutching her stomach and wailing mournfully. Xiaoli quickly rushed out of the room and pounced on the middle-aged man's face, scratching fiercely. The meow said, "Keep knocking, keep making noise, and the meow will scratch your face off." The meow keeps its word. In a single exchange, 2 people were disabled. The remaining 2 elders, whose intentions were unclear, trembled with fear. "Roll away yourselves, or should I send you off?" Yinanchi shifted her gaze to the elderly couple huddled to the side, shaking nervously. "Well, roll away ourselves. Well, roll away ourselves." Upon hearing Yinanchi's words, the 2 hurried over to the middle-aged couple, helped them up one by one, and quickly left. The people who had been resting near 1509 also quickly got up and moved far away from the area. The 15th floor fell silent once more. They must never provoke the girl in 1509. At that moment, the residents of the 15th floor reached a consensus. Chapter 11. The Cat Who Scoops Its Own Poop. Yinanchi glanced toward the 15th floor. The hallway was noisy and packed with people. Many people who couldn't secure a room had simply settled down in the hallway. It was safer than outside, after all. Yinanchi coldly spat out 3 words to the crowd. The people on the 15th floor nodded hastily. In these times, the fierce fear the ruthless fear the overbearing, and the overbearing fear the wicked. Yinanchi had already become a wicked person in their eyes, ruthless and terrifying, more frightening than the zombies outside. Yinanchi didn't care what they thought. She just wanted an undisturbed sleep. "Xiaoli, come back." Bang! She closed the door and continued sleeping. Xiaoli felt guilty for not guarding the door properly, so it jumped beside Yinanchi and licked her face. "Meow. I'm sorry, poop scooper." "Stop messing around, Xiaoli. Are you hungry?" A groggy Yinanchi added some cat food and water to Xiaoli's bowl, then rolled over and went back to sleep. She hadn't intended to blame Xiaoli in the first place. Xiaoli was incredibly touched seeing the cat food and water in its bowl. It failed the task given by the poop scooper. Yet the poop scooper still gave it food. Sobbing, Xiaoli tearfully ate a large bowl, then went to the litter box and left a big deposit. After that, it went back to guarding the door. The poop scooper was so good to it, it absolutely had to guard this door well. At 4 in the afternoon, Yinanchi, who had finally gotten a peaceful sleep, woke up. Xiaoli immediately jumped to Yinanchi's side, then remembered the big deposit in the litter box. Meow. Xiaoli jumped off the bed again and, slightly embarrassed, pointed toward the bathroom. "Poop scooper, I'm embarrassed, but it's time to scoop the poop." Yinanchi instantly understood Xiaoli's meaning, but she didn't move. Without even lifting her head, she tossed a small scoop and a garbage bag next to the litter box. "Clean it up yourself, or I won't keep you anymore." Xiaoli was stunned. "Oh meow?" Was that even a human thing to say? The previous feeling of gratitude shattered instantly. Utterly shattered. "Hurry up, I'm going out soon. If you're too slow, I won't take you with me," Yinanchi threatened with a smile. After a good sleep, she still wanted to go out and scavenge for overlooked resources. "Xiaoli, going right now." Xiaoli quickly dashed into the bathroom. Yinanchi took out the remaining braised pork ribs and boiled fish. Next, she took out a bowl of fish soup, a box of rice, and a plate of lettuce in oyster sauce, and enjoyed her meal. Being able to eat delicious food right after waking up. This life was wonderful. After eating her fill, Yinanchi lay down on the bed, recalling places where supplies remained abundant after the earthquake in her previous life. Just as she got a lead, Xiaoli's voice came through. "Meow meow. Poop scooper, come look, I'm done cleaning up." Yinanchi got up and walked into the bathroom. "Amazing. Xiaoli. You actually did it." Yinanchi was pleasantly surprised because Xiaoli had scooped the mess from the litter box into the garbage bag. She had only said it casually, yet she hadn't expected Xiaoli to actually accomplish it. "Here, this is your reward." Yinanchi took a dried fish snacks from her space and placed it in front of Xiaoli. "From now on, you handle the hygiene yourself." Yinanchi patted Xiaoli's head and said with a smile, The dried fish snacks Xiaoli had just picked up dropped to the floor with a patta sound, its cat eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Nanqi was stifling her laughter internally. She picked up the dried fish snacks from the floor and put it back into Xiaoli's mouth. Xiaoli, don't waste food. After speaking, Yi Nanqi felt she couldn't hold back her laughter anymore, so she quickly got up and walked back to the living room, storing everything in the house into her space. This way, even if someone broke in, they wouldn't be able to harm her belongings. Supplies were hard to gather, so they must be cherished. Xiaoli, eat quickly, we're getting ready to go out. Yi Nanqi already had a large backpack on her back. Seeing that Yi Nanqi was ready, Xiaoli quickly swallowed the dried fish snacks in a few bites and jumped onto Yi Nanqi's shoulder. Yi Nanqi carried the garbage and an iron rod. Xiaoli perched on her, and she opened the door and walked out. When the people on the 15th floor heard the door of 1509 open, their hearts tightened, afraid that Yi Nanqi might give them a couple of swings with the rod if she was unhappy. After Yi Nanqi locked the door, she thought for a moment, then, using the cover of her backpack, took out a piece of paper and a pen from her space. Moments later, a piece of paper appeared beneath the door number 1509. 3 words were written on the paper: occupied. Just as she was about to turn and leave, the door of 1508 suddenly opened. 2 men in their early 20s walked out. Both were over 1.9 meters tall, built like oxen, and carried large backpacks just like her. De Xian, you stay here and wait for young master and Miss Yan. We're going out to find supplies. One of the men said this toward the inside of the room. MHM, be careful. A rough voice came from inside the room. Yi Nanqi glanced inside as she walked past. Good heavens, the man inside was also a muscular guy over 1.9 meters tall, not only built but also dark-skinned. Yi Nanqi carried Xiaoli into the dark emergency stairwell, failing to notice that the dark, muscular man was staring intently at Xiaoli, his large eyes shining brightly. The 2 muscular men followed behind Yi Nanqi silently. Yi Nanqi maintained a 3-point vigilance toward the 2 people behind her, but her pace was steady and unhurried, not giving away anything to the 2 men. 10 minutes later, Yi Nanqi leisurely exited the building. The 2 men behind her also remained silent, consistently maintaining a safe distance from her. Zombies lingering nearby heard the movement, and all rushed towards her. Before Yi Nanqi could move, the 2 men behind her quickly stepped forward. They dispatched the zombies with a single punch each, sending brains flying 3 meters away. TSK, they were even more ruthless than her. Yi Nanqi stood at the building entrance and watched for a couple of seconds, then tossed the garbage she was holding into the hand of a zombie, clapped her hands and quickly left. Since someone was actively dealing with the obstructing zombies, she wouldn't be polite and would seize the time to scavenge for resources. The zombie, which had suddenly happily received a bag of garbage, tilted its neck. What was this? Its virus-ridden brain was a mess of confusion. The next second, a massive fist smashed onto its head. The zombie collapsed while clutching the garbage bag. Go. The 2 men quickly left with their backpacks. Calls for help, screams, roars, the snarling of zombies. Blood, severed limbs, minced flesh, corpses that fell and got back up. Humans surrounded and bitten by zombies, zombies surrounded and ganged up on by humans. Jiang City was in total chaos everywhere. Yi Nanqi raised her hand and pressed down on Xiaoli, who wanted to contend with the approaching zombie. Be good, you're not their match right now. Although Xiaoli's speed far exceeded that of the zombies, its strength was insufficient. It could protect itself but could not completely kill a zombie. Chapter 12. Picking up leaks 1. Meow meow meow. Poop scooper, are you looking down on meow? Xiaoli was unconvinced, and with a push of its hind legs, it pounced toward the zombie. Yi Nanqi didn't stop it. 100 pieces of advice are not as good as letting it try once. Once it hits a wall and feels pain, it will know that some things cannot be forced. Yi Nanqi swung the iron rod and knocked the zombie beside her away. Help! People fleeing nearby saw that she had the ability to kill zombies and rushed toward her. Yi Nanqi ignored them, killing zombies while keeping an eye on Xiaoli. She intentionally left only 1 zombie for Xiaoli. Xiaoli bared its sharp claws, leaping up and down, scratching hard at the zombie's body. But it quickly discovered that its attacks were useless against the zombie. Doubt flashed in Xiao Li's eyes. Was it because it hadn't sharpened its claws for too long, making them dull? If claws won't work, then use teeth. Xiao Li opened its mouth, ready to bite the zombie. Yi Nanqi immediately smashed the zombie away with a rod. Don't bite. The SI virus inside the zombie had already transformed into the zombie virus, which was lethal poison for Xiao Li, who had not yet mutated. Their blood cannot enter your mouth, or you will turn into something like them. Yi Nanqi lifted Xiao Li by the scruff of its neck and gave it earnest instructions. Xiao Li, which was still flailing in midair, immediately froze. It glanced at the dead zombie on the ground and shivered. Absolutely must not bite. It definitely didn't want to become an ugly kitty with sunken features, skeletal thinness, and slow movements. Seeing that Xiao Li had taken her words to heart, Yi Nanqi glanced around. Over 20 people ran toward her, followed by a large horde of zombies. At a glance, there were several hundred. Yi Nanqi ran without a second thought, running faster than they were. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the winding alleys. She was here to scavenge, not to be a savior. The survivors, who thought they were about to be saved, were stunned and froze in place for a moment. Run! Run separately! Someone in the crowd shouted this. The survivors, like headless flies, received the order and immediately ran in different directions. The zombies following them were bewildered, and finally, driven by their instinctive craving for flesh and blood, they slowly dispersed. They staggered off toward different locations. Yi Nanqi had already darted into a large shopping mall that was 1/3 collapsed. The mall was pitch black. Yi Nanqi turned on her flashlight and looked around. On the first floor, only a dozen zombies in work uniforms were wandering aimlessly. Yi Nanqi didn't specifically go looking for them. She started collecting items. The first floor was dedicated to skincare products, cosmetics, and luxury jewelry. The items in the counters were scattered, many were lying on the floor, and many glass bottles and jars were broken. Yi Nanqi herself wasn't particularly fond of these things, but she still collected all the intact items on the first floor and stuffed them into her space. Later on, these would be the items that high society madams fought over. At that time, she could use these items to exchange for many good things from those madams. Next, she went up to the second floor. As soon as Yi Nanqi stepped onto the last stair, she was startled by the sight of hundreds of zombies before her. After clearly seeing the shelves behind them and the items on the floor, Yi Nanqi smiled. No wonder this floor had so many zombies. The second floor was the snack section. Before the apocalypse arrived, many people came here to buy food. After the apocalypse broke out, some people who were bitten fled into the mall in a panic, possibly turning into zombies only after reaching the second floor. Those who escaped this floor managed to escape, and those who didn't became accomplices of the zombies. Xiao Li, I have a task for you. Lead these guys somewhere else. I'll give you something delicious when we get back. Yi Nanqi tied a small flashlight onto Xiao Li. It wouldn't hinder Xiao Li's movement, but it would let her know Xiao Li's location. Scavenging means racing against time. She didn't want to waste time on these first-level zombies that didn't have ability cores. Meow. Received. Xiao Li quickly jumped to the ground and meowed a few times at the horde of zombies. Monsters, come chase Lord Meow. The zombies were attracted by Xiao Li's sound and walked toward Xiao Li. Yi Nanqi took the opportunity to slip into the nearby shelves and began her collecting spree. The kind where she took the shelves too. Her space still had half its capacity left. Even taking the entire mall wouldn't be a problem. While Yi Nanqi was frantically collecting items, Xiao Li was leading the zombies around the staircase on the other side of the second floor, meowing all the while. It was clever, repeatedly circling in one spot, causing the inflexible zombies to constantly bump into and trip over their companions. When it saw them piled up and unable to chase, Xiao Li stopped to rest. Once the zombies got back up, it continued. Half an hour later, Yi Nanqi shouted at Xiao Li, who was still leading the zombies on a walk. Xiao Li, let's go. Meow. Coming. Xiao Li immediately sped up and rushed to Yi Nanqi's side. The person and the cat continued toward the third floor. The escalator on this floor was already somewhat twisted and collapsed due to the earthquake. I'll beat you to death. As soon as she got up, a rolling pin came flying at her face. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Yinenki's eyes. She swung her iron rod and knocked the attacker, person and rod included, away. Don't eat. Don't eat. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We thought those monsters from downstairs had come up. Just as Yinanchi prepared to step forward and thoroughly deal with the person who suddenly attacked her, several people rushed out from the corner on the right side of the stairs. An elderly man among them quickly stopped the fierce-looking Yinanchi. Yinanchi didn't want to waste time. She tucked the iron rod behind her, gave the people in front of her a deadpan look, turned off her flashlight, and walked inside. Since there were people on this floor, she could only collect items in the dark. The crowd behind her dared not turn on their phones, even though they still had battery, for fear that the light would attract the zombies from downstairs. The third floor was the menswear section, and Yinanchi was uninterested. But she didn't plan on letting it go. These were all things that could be used to exchange for supplies, or even ability cores. A person might not improve their strength, but they can't run around naked. Girl, are those man-eating monsters downstairs gone now? The elderly man suddenly spoke up and asked Yinanchi. Hearing this, Yinanchi replied without turning her head. They are still there, but they are very far from this staircase now. If you run fast, you can get down to the first floor. There aren't many monsters on the first floor. Since there are many of you, you can handle them. As she spoke, rows of clothes entered Yinanki's space. Yinanchi hoped they would leave quickly so she could collect items freely. After the elderly man heard Yinanki's words, hesitation flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak but holding back. Yinanchi was 25 this year, but she looked young, appearing like an 18 or 19-year-old little girl. The elderly man truly couldn't bring himself to ask her to escort them down. But the people beside him didn't think so. At this moment, a chubby middle-aged woman with a large face spoke up. Little girl, since you were able to come up, it means you can handle those monsters. Please be kind and escort us out. Can't do it. Yinanchi sneered and replied coldly. With a wave of her hand, a large section of clothes vanished from the spot. Why? The rejected chubby woman was a little angry, feeling that Yinanchi was utterly heartless. Empty meat. In the darkness, Yinanchi remained perfectly straight-faced. The crowd behind her. Then why did you dare to come up? Shaoli, who had been lying on Yinanki's shoulder, heard Yinanki's words and very thoughtfully extended a paw to stroke Yinanki's face. Meow. Poop scooper, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Chapter 13. Picking up a bargain too. Shiuli. Yinanchi suddenly stopped. Meow meow. Poop scooper, you don't need to be too touched. Of course, if you're really touched, then don't make me scoop my own poop anymore. Shaoli waited gleefully for Yinanki's next words, hoping its dream would come true. You grabbed a zombie, and you touched my face without washing your paws. You're unhygienic. Yinanchi took out a pack of wet wipes, pulled one out, and wiped her face with it. Slap. In an instant, Shaoli heard the sound of its own heart breaking into tiny pieces. The fragments were filled with the poop scooper's disdain for it. Blatant disdain. You're a coward. How dare you come up? If you don't want to take us out, just say so. The middle-aged plump woman couldn't help but voice everyone's thoughts again. You know, yet you still ask. Yinanki's emotionless voice came from the darkness. She had no relation to them, so why should she bother to save them? She wasn't so idle that she had nothing better to do. Everyone. The middle-aged plump woman's breathing became heavier, angered by Yinanki's 4 words. Then why did you come up? Are you deliberately showing off in front of us? None of your business. In the darkness. Yinanjiro let hereis. The middle-aged plump woman's chest heaved up and down, so angry she wanted to curse, but she was stopped by the old man beside her. Judging from what just happened, Yinanchi was a reasonable person, but her temper was not good, showing a hint of ruthlessness. It was better not to provoke her. Yinanchi didn't care if she was angry or not. Her pace quickened, and the speed at which she collected things also increased. 10 odd minutes later, except for a few stores around those people, she had collected all the clothes from the other shops, leaving only empty storefronts. After finishing this floor, Yinanchi stepped onto the 4th floor. The 4th floor was quiet. Yi Nanchi turned on her flashlight and looked around. As far as the eye could see, there were no zombies or people. Only clothes scattered all over the floor and cracked walls due to the earthquake. However, if there were no zombies on the 3rd floor, then there naturally couldn't be any on the 4th floor. Unless someone carried a comatose, high-fever patient to the 4th floor to shop, or carried the zombies from downstairs to stroll on the 4th floor. But these two scenarios, unless they were seriously ill, ordinary people wouldn't do it. Yi Nanchi was amused by her own thoughts and looked at Xiaoli on her shoulder, who looked utterly dejected. It hung its head, occasionally sighing like a human. This Xiaoli, could it have become a spirit? Are other people's Lord Meows like this too? Xiaoli, go find where the people on the 4th floor are hiding. I'll give you 2 extra dried fish snacks when we get back. Yi Nanchi reached out, turned on the flashlight on Xiaoli, and stroked Xiaoli's head. Anyway, shed coax it for now. Xiaoli, whose head was stroked by Yi Nanchi and who also received an extra meal, instantly swept away its despondency and became re-energized. Meow. Poop scooper. Just watch me. Xiaoli leaped down and scurried through the darkness. Ye nanje halit softly. She had to be cautious. The secret of her space could not be exposed, and no one had awakened a storage supernatural ability yet. Since there were people in the men's clothing section on the 3rd floor, it was impossible for there to be no one in the women's clothing section on the 4th floor. According to women's nature, there should be even more people on the 4th floor. To be safe, she had to confirm where those people were, so she could avoid them or silence them. After all, there were too many jealous people in this world. Yi Nanchi turned off the flashlight in her hand, and the iron rod reappeared in her hand. She unhurriedly walked into a shop, circled it in the dark with the iron rod, and after confirming no one was there, she waved her hand and collected the clothes in the shop. Following Xiaoli's direction, she moved to the next one. Even after collecting most of the items on the 4th floor, Xiaoli still hadn't found anything. Yi Nanchi was still unhurriedly collecting things, but Xiaoli was already getting a bit impatient. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Xiaoli couldn't resist sharpening its claws on the door of the nearby escape route. A tiny gasp suddenly came from the other side of the door. Did that monster from downstairs come up? Don't make a sound. Xiaoli pressed its small head tightly against the door, listening intently. After hearing that extremely low female voice, its eyes lit up. So they were hiding here. Xiaoli immediately changed direction and ran towards Yi Nanchi. It was definitely getting those dried fish snacks. Yi Nanchi saw the flashlight beam getting closer, and knew it had found where those people were. Found them? As soon as Xiaoli ran back, Yi Nanchi crouched down and whispered to it. Xiaoli nudda. As expected of its poop scooper. Always guessing right. Yi Nanchi followed Xiaoli silently to the escape door. Xiaoli deliberately scratched the door. Scratch, scratch, scratch. That monster is here again. Shut up, don't make a sound. After successfully hearing the whispers inside, Xiaoli proudly raised its head. Lord Meow is on the job. One is worth several other meows. Yi Nanchi gave it a thumbs up. Then she silently led Xiaoli back to the previous shop and said to Xiaoli, go check if there are any other places. Those people hiding inside wouldn't be able to see her collecting things. Xiaoli obeyed and ran towards the remaining unchecked areas. 10 odd minutes later, Xiaoli shook its head, indicating there was nothing left. Yi Nanchi felt relieved, sped up to collect the remaining clothes, and then went up to the 5th floor. Half of the 5th floor was electronics, and the other half was daily necessities, bedding, luggage, etc. Half of the ceiling on the electronics side had collapsed. The entire 5th floor was dusty, and through the broken parts, sounds from the 6th floor could be faintly heard. As usual, Yi Nanchi told Xiaoli to scout ahead. She herself continued to follow behind Xiaoli collecting things. All daily necessities, bedding and luggage were collected. Although some were dusty, they could still be used, just as shake would do. As for electronics, she only collected heaters and generators. There would be no electricity for the next 2 years, so these electronics combined were less useful than a compressed biscuit, and they took up space. Enough for her own use was sufficient. After a round, there was no one. They had either escaped or were already sleeping eternally beneath the ruins. Xiaoli, do you think we should still go up? Yinanqi turned her head and asked Xiaoli. The passage from the 5th to the 6th floor had completely collapsed. With her skills she could go up, but she felt it was unnecessary. With so much collapsed, there probably wasn't much usable stuff left upstairs. But the faint cries of a child drifting down made it impossible for her to leave directly. Forget it, Xiaoli, come on, let's go up and see. The crying reminded her of some of her past. Chapter 14. The people on the 6th floor. Hearing this, Xiaoli immediately jumped lightly onto the ruins. After several continuous leaps, it reached the 6th floor. Yinanqi also quickly climbed the collapsed ruins, following closely behind Xiaoli to the 6th floor. The 6th floor was where toys and maternal and infant supplies were sold. The place, once filled with children, either with laughter or crying and tantrums, was now in utter disarray. Who knew how many lives were buried under those ruins? A strong smell of blood permeated the air. Yinanqi listened intently for a moment. The crying came from a corner of the 6th floor. She turned on her flashlight and shone it towards the corner. The corner was covered by several huge, shattered wall sections. Only crying could be heard from inside. The exact situation was not visible. As Yinanqi walked towards the corner, she collected usable toys and maternal and infant supplies into her spatial storage. As Yinanqi approached, the flashlight's beam slipped through a gap into the corner. The people trapped in the corner immediately became excited. Is someone outside? Are you rescue workers? We're here. Woo-woo, someone finally came to save us. Mommy, I'm hungry, I'm scared. Wah-wah-wah, this was a baby's cry. It was chaotic for a moment. After the earthquake, these people also thought about escaping, but as soon as they reached the 2nd floor, they saw a dense mass of monsters. In a panic, holding on to the belief that they would be easier to dig out by rescue workers on a higher floor, they climbed upwards relentlessly. They had intended to go to the 7th floor, and then directly to the rooftop. But when they reached the 6th floor, they found that the 7th floor had already collapsed, followed by half of the 6th floor, and the downward passage had also collapsed. In an instant, it claimed the lives of most of the people. These people survived by hiding in this corner, but they couldn't get out and were trapped on the 6th floor. They wished they had stayed on the 4th or 5th floor. Yinanqi turned off her flashlight and peered through the gap into the corner. 8 people, 2 of whom were children, one about 3 years old and one about 1 year old. To Yinanqi's surprise, there was a hole in the wall behind them large enough for a person to crawl through. However, because they were on the 6th floor, that hole became another dangerous spot. Yinanqi took out a 30-meter climbing rope, tied one end to a broken section weighing several hundred catties, and threaded the other end through the gap. When the people inside saw a section of rope come in, they instinctively pulled it. Pull it all the way in. I've already tied this end of the rope. You can use the rope to climb out, Yinanqi said to them, then thought for a moment and put 2 sausages inside. Thank you, thank you. The children's parents saw the sausages and their eyes welled up with tears, profusely thanking her. Although the other adults were also starving, none of them snatched the 2 sausages, tacitly giving them to the 2 children. Benefactor, if we climb out from here, what about you? Someone looked at the wall, which was like a giant rock, and asked Yinanqi outside with some concern. Yinanqi didrepi, had footsteps gradually fading. She had to continue on to the next place to scavenge. The people trapped inside peered through the gap into the 6th floor. But it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Yinanqi and Xiaoli quietly left the mall. Meow meow, Xiaoli meowed twice at Yinanqi. Poop scooper, where are we going next? Yinanqi could somewhat understand Xiaoli's meaning now, so she said to it, well, walk down this street. If it hasn't collapsed, well, go in. Excitement flickered in Xiaoli's eyes. Its poop scooper was probably a fairy from the heavens, capable of immortal magic, making so many things disappear in an instant. This was truly amazing to a cat. Yinanqi and Xiaoli swept through an entire street. It wasn't until late at night that the person and cat, laden with a full harvest, returned to the 15th floor under the cover of darkness. As soon as she turned from the stairwell to 1509, she saw the man who looked like a black bear from that morning standing at the door of 1509. Before Yinanqi could speak, The bear-like man grinned at Yinanchi under the flashlight's beam. His teeth were exceptionally white. The man didn't say anything, and after smiling he went straight back to 1508. Yinanchi walked to her doorstep, bewildered, and saw that the paper she had left was gone, and there was a dent on the anti-theft door. It seemed someone had tried to break into her house while she was away. She had already anticipated this situation, so she wasn't surprised. When she left, she had decided that if anyone saw the note and still occupied her space, she would let them know what a vibrant black was. However, it seemed that the person who tried to steal from her house didn't succeed. Was it the man just now who helped? Yinanchi shone her flashlight into the hallway. Some people were still awake. Yinanchi walked towards a young woman with a child. Seeing Yinanchi approach, the woman nervously hugged the child sleeping soundly in her arms. She had arrived yesterday and had witnessed Yinanchi's 2 acts of violence, making her extremely afraid of Yinanchi. "You've been here all this time?" Yinanchi squatted in front of the young woman, looking at the child sleeping in her arms, and lowered her voice. The young woman nodded hurriedly, fearing that Yinanchi's iron rod would fall on her at any second. "Did the person from 1508 protect my house this afternoon?" Yinanchi wanted to confirm. The young woman nodded again in a hurry. "Thanks." Having gotten the information she wanted, Yinanchi stood up. As her flashlight shone towards 1509, she tossed 2 small packets of compressed biscuits into the young woman's arms in the darkness. She was always one to repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity, never owing favors. The young woman tightly clutched the items in her hand, looking up at Yinanchi, who was already opening her door. The little girl from 1509 didn't seem so bad after all. She quietly put the compressed biscuits into her pocket, planning to give them to her child after he woke up, even though she herself hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day. After Yinanchi entered her home, she turned on the LED light in the living room, which instantly brightened. Yinanchi waved her hand, returning the living room items to their original positions. Xiaoli excitedly jumped off Yinanchi's shoulder, ready to run to its little bed. It was exhausted today. Yinanchi quickly grabbed it. "You're so dirty, no getting on the bed. Stay put and be good." Meow. Hearing this, Xiaoli sadly lay down by the door. Yinanchi strode into the kitchen, turned on the light, and took out a wood and coal dual-purpose heater. She connected the stove's chimney to the kitchen's exhaust vent and dug 2 scoops of soil from the balcony flower pot. After mixing it into mud, she filled most of the gaps around the chimney and exhaust vent with mud, finally leaving a small opening for ventilation to prevent the stove from leaking smoke. Then she took out biological pellet fuel, several pieces of fruitwood charcoal, smokeless charcoal, and an igniter. She started with biological pellet fuel as a base, placing fruitwood charcoal in the middle. The fire quickly started, and finally, she put in the smokeless charcoal. Yinanchi then took out a stainless steel kettle full of water, and placed it directly on the stove. While waiting for the hot water to boil, she went to the bathroom. She took out a carbon fiber electric heater and a mobile power bank, connected the power, and turned on the switch. Although the extreme cold period hadn't arrived yet, the mid-March weather still carried a chill. A few seconds later, the heater released warmth, and the bathroom immediately became warm. Yinanchi took out a large basin and filled it halfway with cold water. Chapter 15. Falling in love in an instant. Xiaoli. Gomein. Yinanchi called out to Xiaoli, who was still slumped by the door feeling emo. Upon hearing Yinanchi's summons, Xiaoli immediately perked up and dashed into the bathroom. "Sigh, this cat is just so forgiving. As long as the poop scooper calls, I'm happy." "Xiaoli, do you see this basin? This is your bathtub. From now on, you must take a bath before getting on the bed whenever you come back from outside." Yinanchi patted Xiaoli's head and pointed to the large basin on the floor. Meow. Xiaoli's fur stood on end the moment it saw the water in the basin. It hated water the most. It would rather die than take a bath. "No bath, no bed. Also, you aren't allowed to perch on my shoulder anymore. I don't like dirty cats." Yinanchi threatened with a smile. "Think about it carefully. I'm going to get some hot water." "Xiaoli, grouse grouse." "No." It clung tightly to Yinanchi's pant leg, refusing to let go. "Poop scooper, can we discuss this again?" Yinanchi told it no with her actions. She stood up and went straight to the kitchen. She had already pre-boiled the water for Xiaoli. Yinanchi carried the kettle into the bathroom and added hot water to the basin. After checking that the temperature was suitable, she added some cold water to the kettle and put it back on the stove. "Come here, Xiaoli." When she returned, she had a bottle of cat-specific shampoo in her hand, approaching step by step. Xiaoli kept backing away, shaking its head frantically. "Spare me, spare me." But in the end, it was scooped up by Yinanchi and placed into the water basin. "Me away." The moment it hit the water, Xiaoli let out a shrill, miserable scream. "Damn. Is that little girl next door abusing a cat?" The burly black-skinned man couldn't help but shudder, and wanted to go out and check. He had fallen in love with that calico cat at first sight. The reason he had taken the initiative to help guard 1509 was also for the sake of that calico cat. "De Xian, don't meddle in other people's business." A deep voice sounded. "But boss." Chu Junmo raised his eyes to look at Long Xiexian, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any ripples. Long Xiexian dared not speak again, forcing himself to sit down while suppressing his inner agitation. His heart, however, had already drifted to 1509, which had gone silent. "Why is it quiet now?" Long Xiexian pressed his ear tightly against the wall, wanting to hear if Yinanchi was truly abusing the cat. If she was, even if it meant disobeying the boss orders, he would go to rescue the kitten. Meanwhile, next door, Yinanchi was speechlessly and amusingly scrubbing Xiaoli. After that pig-slaughtering-like cat scream, only comfortable purring remained. Xiaoli half closed its eyes, looking completely satisfied. Comfortable. This is just too comfortable. So taking a bath is such a comfortable thing. It decided that as long as it didn't die, it would take a bath every day. After changing the water twice, Yinanchi finally washed the dirt off Xiaoli. Finally, she took out a clean towel to wipe it down and used a hairdryer to carefully blow-dry its fur. "Alright, go get on the bed." Yinanchi tossed the clean Xiaoli onto the bed, and poured the water from the basin directly into the toilet. Then, she put Xiaoli's bathtub and shampoo in the corner, draped the towel over the heater, and took out a clean wooden bathtub, preparing to wash herself as well. By the time Yinanchi finished washing herself, Xiaoli was already fast asleep in its cat bed. Yinanchi walked over to it, crouched down, and reached out to stroke its little head. The little guy had been exhausted today. She took a small blanket from her space and gently draped it over its body, then stood up and walked to the balcony. Just as she was about to close the balcony curtains, she suddenly noticed someone on the balcony of 1508 next door. In the darkness, she could only vaguely see that he was over 1.85 meters tall. He was leaning against the wall, with a flickering point of fire between the fingers of his right hand. Sensing her gaze, the man next door turned his head. The night was thick. Other than distinguishing each other's gender, neither of them could clearly see the other's features. Under the man's gaze, Yinanchi pulled the curtains shut, turned around, closed the sliding door, and then walked over to Xiaoli's cat bowl. She put some cat food in it, poured some water, opened a can of cat food, and added 2 dried fish snacks. This way, even if Xiaoli woke up in the middle of the night and was hungry, it would have something to eat. "Good night, little one." Yinanchi whispered good night to Xiaoli, and Xiaoli let out a comfortable purr, as if responding to her. Yinanchi smiled slightly and turned off the lights to sleep. "Meow meow meow. Poop Scooper, wake up, it's time to go out and perform magic." The next morning, Yinanchi, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up by Xiaoli. She opened her bleary eyes and glanced at her watch. It was 6:30 in the morning. After sitting dazed on the bed for a few seconds, Yinanchi quickly got up to wash and brush her teeth. "Xiaoli, what do you think we should give the neighbors as a thank you gift?" Yinanchi asked Xiaoli, who was gnawing on a dried fish snack beside her, while she ate breakfast. They had helped her, and it wouldn't be right to show no appreciation. Besides, she still wanted to ask them to continue helping her keep watch. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli pushed the dried fish snack in its bowl forward. Half a dried fish snack, no more than that. Yinanchi looked at the half-dried fish snack in the cat bowl, and twitched the corner of her mouth. Her Xiaoli was truly good at managing the household. In the end, Yinanchi took 2 packs of biscuits and 2 bags of instant noodles, and knocked on the door of 1508. Yinanchi recognized at a glance that the person who opened the door was the one who had been smoking on the balcony yesterday. This time, Yinanchi saw his appearance clearly. A buzz cut, cold and sharp brows and eyes, and a 12 centimeter long scar on his left forehead, combined with the indifferent aura around him. This person is not to be trifled with. This was Yinanki's first conclusion. This man is quite good-looking. This was Yinanki's second conclusion. Chu Junmo was also quietly sizing up the Yinanchi in front of him. Her height only reached his shoulder, with cute and obedient short hair. A palm-sized little face, delicate and petite cherry lips, and snow-white delicate skin, and a pair of apricot eyes filled with a watery sheen. Judging solely by her appearance, she was a weak and pretty little girl. However, being able to secure a house all by herself among a group of people who had gone readied fighting for properties showed that she was not someone to be trifled with either. Chu Junmo's attractive Adam's apple moved involuntarily. A soft, cute, yet fierce little girl, she was his type. Falling in love in an instant. Chu Junmo felt that the seed of love, which had been dormant for 27 years, was about to sprout. Is there something you need? Chu Junmo subconsciously lowered his voice, his tone deliberately pressed low and magnetic. Hello, I am the resident of 1509 next door. After thinking to herself that his voice sounded quite nice, Yinanchi handed over the items in her hands. Thank you for your help yesterday. Chu Junmo looked at the items in Yinanki's hands, paused for a moment, and then reached out to push back the item she was offering. No need to thank me, it was just a small matter. Yinanji frowned. He wouldn't accept it? That wouldn't do. If he didn't accept it, how could she bring up what she wanted to say next? Yinanchi directly shoved the items into Chu Junmo's arms. This is my way of thanking you. Chu Junmo looked at the items forced into his arms, stunned for a moment, and then chuckled. Then I will accept it without declining. Yinanchi nodded repeatedly. He really shouldn't stand on ceremony with her. Well, I'll head inside then? Chu Junmo looked at the pretty face before him, wanting to look a little longer, but fearing that the beauty would think him too abrupt and form a bad impression of him. He reached out, preparing to close the door. Chapter 16. The extreme cold arrives. Wait. Yinanchi quickly reached out and grabbed the door. That. Could you please help guard again today? I can pay you. A pair of clear, bright eyes stared intently at Chu Junmo, full of please agree. Please agree. Chu Junmo's heart rippled, wave after wave crashing against his chest. He nodded instinctively and then named an extremely low price. 2 bottles of water will do. He didn't dare to ask for no payment, fearing the little girl would suspect him of ulterior motives. Although he actually this price was lower than Yinanchi expected. After all, the apocalypse had just begun, and water was not yet a scarce commodity. This is a good person. Yinanki's face broke into a smile. Deal. I'll give it to you when I get back. Yinanchi let go of the door and stepped back 2 paces. Just as she was about to leave, Chu Junmo called out to her again. I still don't know what to call you? Yinanchi, that's my name. Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo smiled and introduced himself. I've noted it down. Yinanchi smiled in reply, waved at Chu Junmo, and then walked downstairs with Xiaoli. Chu Junmo stared blankly at Yinanki's retreating figure until she was out of sight, then closed the door. Boss, a voice came from 1508. Your behavior just now really resembled a pervert. Chu Junmo. A moment later, the burly man was chased out of 1508. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He looked like someone difficult to talk to, but he's actually quite easy to deal with. Right, Xiaoli? Right, Xiaoli? Yinanchi spoke to Xiaoli on her shoulder as she walked downstairs. Meow. Xiaoli meowed in agreement. After leaving the building, Yinanchi realized that the sky outside had changed, becoming gloomy. She frowned slightly and hurried away. The streets were still chaotic, but much better than the previous 2 days. Most people were starting to try and fight back instead of just running away. Yinanchi, holding an iron rod, smashed the head of an attacking zombie, and then looked up at the sky. Snowflakes drifted down. Yinanchi reached out her hand, and after feeling the chill in her palm, A cold smile played on her lips. The extreme cold period is coming. Those two bitches are also about to appear. Yi Nanchi, in a very good mood, walked into a nearby convenience store, waved her hand to swat away the zombies wandering inside, and quickly collected items. Xiaoli squatted at the store entrance, consciously guarding the door. Let's go, Xiaoli, next one. Yi Nanchi only took 3 minutes to collect everything in the store. Meow. Xiaoli took a running leap onto Yi Nanchi's shoulder, and the person and cat quickly moved to the next store. After visiting 5 stores in a row, Yi Nanchi noticed that more and more people were coming out to find supplies just like her. Well, everyone isn't stupid. However, bright stores like those on the street, where you could see the situation inside at a glance, were no longer suitable for someone like her who collected large quantities using spatial abilities. Yi Nanchi decisively gave up on convenience stores and similar roadside shops, continuing to look for places like shopping malls, hypermarkets, and supermarkets, places with many zombies and pitch-black interiors to scavenge. These places were almost deserted. Xiaoli, go lead them away. Yi Nanchi watched the zombies gathering around them, and quickly tied a flashlight to Xiaoli. Xiaoli was already very familiar with the task of leading zombies on a walk. Soon, groups of zombies followed Xiaoli, and Yi Nanchi took the opportunity to collect items. While collecting items, Yi Nanchi noticed that the temperature had already begun to drop. Only 4 hours had passed since she left, but the temperature had dropped by more than 10 degrees. The current temperature was around 0 degrees Celsius. Phew, I need to hurry. Yi Nanchi took out a pair of gloves, put them on, and sped up her collection. She had already put on a down jacket, changed into thick down pants, and donned a scarf, hat, and mask. Even Xiaoli was wrapped in a thick small blanket, and tucked into the backpack behind her. After clearing out 5 more hypermarkets and 3 large supermarkets, Yi Nanchi looked at her almost full spatial storage, and felt a surge of satisfaction. These were her confidence to survive the apocalypse. Finally, after clearing out 2 pet stores and a mother and baby store, completely filling her spatial storage, Yi Nanchi hurried back with Xiaoli. By this time, the temperature had dropped to around minus 20 degrees Celsius. Xiaoli was already meowing from the cold. Yi Nanchi added another cold-proof jacket over the blanket wrapping Xiaoli. Then she took out 3 hand warmers, turned them on, and stuffed them directly into the small blanket wrapping Xiaoli. Xiaoli, just bear with it a little longer. We'll be home soon. The movements of the zombies on the street became even slower due to the drop in temperature. Survivors also noticed this, and coupled with the cold, their survival instincts made them rush towards the shops on both sides, frantically fighting the zombies inside and snatching everything they could use to keep warm. Some even started to forcibly strip clothes from others. Yi Nanchi, wearing a thick down jacket covered by another layer of cold-proof clothing, became a target for some people. At this moment, she was surrounded by over 20 people. Men, women, and children alike, all stared at the clothes on her with greedy, covetous eyes. Lily, little brat, quickly take off the clothes on your body. An old woman, shivering and with snot and tears streaming down her face, stared greedily at the clothes on Yi Nanchi. These clothes looked warm and were perfect for her. Beside her stood 2 equally shivering burly men. These were her 2 sons. And also the reason she dared to block Yi Nanchi, and be the first to demand Yi Nanchi leave her clothes. In her opinion, Yi Nanchi, who looked like a little chick, could never be a match for her sons. Yi Nanchi had already replaced the iron rod in her hand with an axe. There was no other way. At the current temperature, holding an iron rod felt like holding a block of ice. She couldn't stand it. Seeing the temperature drop further, Yi Nanchi didn't want to get entangled with these people. She directly charged towards the old woman with the axe. Mom, watch out. The old woman's 2 sons quickly pulled her aside. The old woman was very displeased with their cowardly behavior. Why are you pulling me? Does she really dare to kill me? As soon as her voice fell, the sharp blade of the axe grazed her neck, and a trace of blood flowed from the old woman's neck. Having brushed past death, the old woman immediately let out a smell of urine from below. Feeling the coldness on her pants, the old woman finally shrieked as if waking from a dream. If her 2 sons hadn't pulled her away quickly, she probably would have died there. And I thought you were so brave, humph. Yi Nanchi sneered at the old woman, who was so scared she lost control of her bladder, and quickly walked out of the encirclement with her axe. The people blocking her path, though still showing greed in their eyes, dared not truly face an axe with their flesh and blood, and thus retreated a few steps. Don't be afraid of her. She's just one person and a woman. That chop just now must have been to scare us. She's probably feeling very weak inside right now. Let's all go together. I don't believe she'd really dare to kill all of us. A shifty-eyed man stepped out and shouted, reaching out to grab the clothes on Yinanshi. The people around didn't move. They were waiting. If Yinanshi was indeed as the man said, they would join in later. Yinanshi raised her hand without even looking. The next second, the man's shrill scream startled even the zombies wandering in the distance, making them stumble. My hand! My hand! The man's right hand was severed at the wrist, blood flowed all over the ground, and he was in so much pain he almost fainted. Now no one dared to say that Yinanshi was just bluffing. The group scattered like startled birds, fleeing with pale faces. Chapter 17. The cat who bathes itself. Yinanji Sukofud. Scare them? People's thoughts are sometimes truly strange. They always feel that if many people go up together, they can make a demon fear. What kind of twisted logic is that? In her 8 years in her previous life, she didn't know how many people she had killed. If she only knew how to scare people, she would have died long ago. Wait, why was she comparing herself to a demon? The man behind her was still screaming. A stainless steel chopstick appeared in Yi Nanki's hand. She flung it back fiercely, and the chopstick plunged directly into the man's throat. The screams ceased. People hiding in the shops on both sides of the street, who witnessed all of this, trembled. It was too terrifying, too brutal. This was simply a great demon. Yinanshi glanced at the man who had stopped breathing, shouldered her axe, and continued to rush back. She never left herself any hidden dangers. It was true before, and even more so after experiencing life and death. After Yinanshi left, 2 people appeared at the street corner. They were precisely the 2 who had gone downstairs with Yinanshi yesterday. The little girl next door is quite interesting. Chunglin looked at Yinanki's receding back, a hint of admiration in his eyes. That's how a person should be. Act when it's time to act. Su Lian, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. It was his first time seeing such a decisive girl. All right, let's head back. The temperature has dropped quite a bit. Chunglin withdrew his gaze, carrying 2 heaters as he walked back. We need to quickly bring these heaters and power banks back. Ugh, it's so annoying. Just thinking about that pretentious Yen Ranji makes me not want to go back. If I had known she was the one we were escorting, I wouldn't have let the boss take this job. Su Lian pouted, carrying 2 power banks reluctantly as he followed. Don't even mention it. The boss is even more depressed than you. Haven't you noticed his low spirits these past few days, always radiating coldness? After Chunglin finished speaking, he glanced at the increasingly heavy snow and quickened his pace. Hurry, hurry, or both of us will freeze to death in this snow. Coming. Su Lian took a few quick steps, then couldn't help but speak again. Speaking of which, it's really bizarre. How can normal people turn into such disgusting monsters? And this temperature, this heavy snow, it's just insane. If I hadn't confirmed I was in Jiang City, and with you guys, I would have thought someone had smuggled me to the Antarctic. Damn it, I'm freezing to death. Chunglin didn't say a word. He just wanted to get back to their living quarters quickly. This weather was truly freezing people to death. He estimated the current temperature was around -30 degrees Celsius. Su Lian babbled for a long time, and seeing that Chunglin wasn't speaking, he gradually quieted down. The 2 figures gradually disappeared into the vast snow. Yinanshi carried Xiaoli all the way back to the apartment building. After patting the snow off herself at the building entrance, she asked Xiaoli, who was in her backpack. Xiaoli, are you alright? Meow. Xiaoli's voice came from the backpack full of vigor. Yinanshi breathed a sigh of relief and climbed up the emergency staircase. During this time, many people passed by her. There were people who had gone out to find supplies and returned, and also people who came in search of shelter, due to the rapid drop in temperature. Every floor was noisy, with cursing, smashing and screaming, one after another ceaseless. Everyone had gone mad to survive. Yinanchi climbed up, carrying her axe. Under the flashlight's beam, the cold glinting axe blade still had remnants of blood from earlier. This made those who wanted to harm Yinanchi hesitate to move, only following silently behind her, waiting for an opportunity. Yinanchi tilted her head slightly, glanced at the people following her, and then continued to climb. If people didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. If people offended her, she would send them to meet the king of hell. Upon returning to the 15th floor, Yinanchi ignored the chaos before her and walked straight towards her 1509. As soon as she turned the corner, she saw Chu Junmo leaning against the door of 1509, wearing a thick down jacket, expressionlessly playing with a dagger. There were some bloodstains on the dagger. Yi Nanki's eyes shifted as she looked at the bloodstains on the dagger. It seemed someone had tried to raid her home again. Chu Junmo noticed someone watching him and looked up slightly. When he saw that the person watching him was Yinanchi, a smile involuntarily bloomed in his eyes. Looks like a good haul. Chu Junmo straightened up and walked towards Yinanchi. It's all right. Thanks to this trip out, otherwise, I might have frozen to death in the room. As Yinanchi spoke, she reached into her backpack, took out 2 bottles of mineral water, and handed them over. Thank you. No need to thank me. Chu Junmo took the water Yinanchi handed him. We're neighbors after all. We should help each other. If you need anything next time, you can still come to me. Upon hearing this, Yinanki's eyes also showed a hint of a smile, and she nodded at Chu Junmo. What a good person, truly a great good person. If you need anything, you can also come to me, Yinanchi added. It's good to have give and take to continue the conversation. Okay. Chu Junmo's eyes softened, and the ripples in his heart began to stir again. Then I'll head back first. Yinanchi didn't dare to delay. She still had a freezing Shaoli in her bag. Chu Junmo watched her all the way until Yinanchi entered 1509. As soon as she entered the door, Yinanchi placed her backpack on the shoe cabinet next to her and said to Shaoli, who was peeking its head out. Shaoli, stay inside for now and don't come out. Once I warm up the room, you can come out. She was wearing thick clothes, so she could withstand it, but Shaoli only had its short fur and definitely couldn't withstand it. It couldn't withstand it in a way that it would immediately turn into a frozen cat upon coming out. Shaoli, hearing this, obediently retreated back into the backpack. It was the most obedient, especially when it came to matters of life and death. Yinanchi changed into a pair of thick cotton slippers. After turning on the lights, she first switched on the heater in the bathroom. Then she placed 2 carbon fiber heaters and a power bank in the living room, quickly connecting and turning them on. The curtains for the balcony, sliding door and kitchen window were all drawn. Finally, she made the stove in the kitchen blaze brightly and boiled a large pot of water. The temperature in the room quickly rose. Yinanchi took off her thick clothes, then carried Shaoli out. Shaoli remembered what Yinanchi said. As soon as it came out, it scurried into the bathroom and very obediently jumped into its bathtub. Meow meow meow. Poop scooper, hurry and give me a bath, I'm ready. Shaoli, don't rush, the water isn't hot yet. Yinanchi leaned against the bathroom door, lowered her head to tell Shaoli. Then her consciousness entered her space. She hadn't had time to organize the things she had collected these past 2 days. After a thorough tidying, Yinanchi looked at the mountain-like, continuous piles of supplies and let out a heavy sigh. In this life, she wouldn't have to eat 2 steamed buns in 3 meals, or 1 egg in 5 days like in her previous life. Woo. At this moment, the water on the stove boiled. Yinanchi snapped back to reality and walked into the kitchen to lift the kettle. Shaoli saw Yinanchi come in with the kettle and immediately jumped out of the water basin. After Yinanchi adjusted the water temperature and went to get more hot water, it didn't even need Yinanchi to urge it, and it very consciously jumped into the water basin. It even mimicked Yinanchi, pressing down on the shower gel cap, then rubbing it all over its body. When Yinanchi came out of the kitchen and entered the bathroom, she saw a kitten covered in foam, scrubbing itself. Yinanki's eyes widened involuntarily. Shaoli, are you really a cat? Meow. Don't doubt it, meow is meow. Shaoli raised its foam-covered head and meowed at Yinanchi, proving with its voice that it was indeed a cat. Yinanchi chuckled. then moved a small stool and sat beside Xiaoli, helping it bathe. Finally, after rinsing several times, Xiaoli, who had squeezed several pumps of shower gel onto itself, was clean. Chapter 18. Second level zombie. Xiaoli, remember, next time just one press is enough, okay? After drying its fur, Yinanchi pointed at the shower gel bottle and instructed Xiaoli. Xiaoli nodded, raised its paw and pressed lightly, then put its paw back down on the floor. So smart. Yinanchi got up and walked to the cat bowl, pouring a full bowl of catnip biscuits into it. Bathing yourself is great. This is your reward. Xiaoli's eyes lit up when it smelled the catnip biscuits. It immediately darted over to the cat bowl and began munching happily. Yinanchi took advantage of this gap to wash herself thoroughly as well. After washing, she threw all her dirty clothes into the washing machine in her space, connected it to the power bank, added water, and started it. She had already tested it. The dirty water discharged from the washing machine would quietly float next to it. And with a single thought, she could transfer it out of her space. The drawback was that she had to add the water herself. As for the discharged dirty water, Yinanchi used all of it to flush the toilet, wasting none. After drying her hair, Yinanchi took out a supposedly ultra-quiet vacuum cleaner and thoroughly cleaned the room. After cleaning, Yinanchi lay down on the bed and said to Xiaoli, who was rolling around in its cat bed, "Alright Xiaoli, we can slack off for the next 3 days." 3 days later would be the time she met those two despicable people. Thinking of this, the blood in Yi Nanki's body slightly boiled. The act of personally slaying one's enemies is always thrilling. After dealing with those two despicable people, in about 10 more days, it would be time for supernatural ability awakening. By then, second-level zombies should also appear, followed closely by mutated beasts. Thinking of the days of passionate fighting, Yinanchi was immensely excited and couldn't help but grab Xiaoli, who was nearby, and knead it in her arms a few times. Meow. Xiaoli, who was happily playing with its tail, oh. The suddenly crazy litter shovel officer made the kitty very scared. Yinanchi, being in a great mood, had a huge appetite. With a wave of her hand, a pile of delicacies appeared on the coffee table. Dompa pork elbow, spicy duck blood curd, crystal shrimp, sweet and sour pork ribs, fried chicken, fruit platter, vegetable salad, pork rib and corn soup, and a full box of rice. Although Xiaoli had just eaten a full bowl of catnip biscuits, upon smelling the aroma of the food, it sidled up next to Yinanchi again. Meow meow. It smells too good, too good. Give the kitty 2 bites. Yinanchi didn't know if cats could eat these things. She vaguely remembered that they weren't supposed to eat human food. Never mind. She would find a book to study later. To be safe, Yinanchi didn't feed it any, only giving it a dried fish snacks to chew on. After dinner, Yinanchi cleared the things off the table. After a short rest, Yinanchi surveyed the room, then placed a humidifier next to the heater, and added a few more pieces of charcoal to the stove. Finally, she pulled out a cat climbing frame from the pet supplies section of her space. Go play. Yinanchi patted Xiaoli's head and entered the bedroom. She took out a sandbag and started punching it rhythmically. She punched for 3 hours straight. After finishing her workout, she went to boil hot water. After washing away all the sweat, Yinanchi felt physically and mentally refreshed. She turned off the light, got into bed, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. She thought she would sleep soundly until dawn without dreams, but unexpectedly, a shrill scream suddenly echoed in the hallway in the middle of the night. Yinanchi suddenly opened her eyes. Xiaoli, who was sound asleep, was also startled awake, its round cat eyes flickering with unease. Roar. The sound of a zombie came from outside. Immediately afterward, Yinanchi heard the door next door open, followed by the sound of fighting. Yinanchi lowered her head and comforted the uneasy Xiaoli. Be good. Don't be afraid. Then she quickly got dressed. Xiaoli, wait for me here at home. I'm going out to check. After saying that, Yinanchi grabbed her axe and flashlight and left the door. As soon as she came out, she saw the 4 people from 1508 already engaging the zombie. Quite a few people had already fallen victim to the zombie's vicious attack, and the hallway was filled with a thick smell of blood. The 24 or so survivors on the 15th floor were hiding behind the 4 people, trembling. Second-level zombie. Yi Nanki's pupils slightly contracted as she looked at the zombie, whose movements were clearly more agile than a first-level zombie. In her previous life, second-level zombies only appeared half a month after the extreme cold period began. In this life, they appeared right at the start of the extreme cold period? Roar! The second-level zombie suddenly abandoned Chu Junmo and the other three, charging towards Yi Nanqi. The second-level zombie's physical defense and agility were much higher than a first-level zombie's, and it had also developed a hint of self-awareness. Compared to Chu Junmo and the other three, it instinctively felt that the thin, solitary Yi Nanqi would be easier to handle. Chu Junmo was about to step forward to help without a second thought. Just then, the corpses in the pool of blood suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, the four of them were surrounded by over 60 first-level zombies. Damn it! Watching the second-level zombie gradually approach Yi Nanqi, Chu Junmo was burning with anxiety. He said to Cheng Lin and the other two, "I'll leave this place to you three, I'm going to help." "Yes, boss." Cheng Lin and the other two nodded to Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo held a large saber in his hand and rushed toward the nearest zombie. The large saber slashed fiercely across the zombie, splitting it directly in half. Then the next one. The little girl is so frail. What if that zombie monster hurts her? Thinking this, Chu Junmo's movements became even more ruthless. Roar! The frail little girl, whom Chu Junmo was worried about, flashed excitement in her eyes when she saw the second-level zombie charging at her. She jammed the flashlight onto the door, swung her axe, and met the charge. Clang! The second-level zombie's sharp claws connected with Yi Nanki's axe, producing a metallic clang. The person and the zombie both retreated 2 steps simultaneously. Roar! The second-level zombie let out another hoarse roar, highly displeased that it had been forced back by Yi Nanki's blow. Taking advantage of the dim light, Yi Nanqi retrieved another axe, this one attached to an iron chain, from her space. She slammed her right foot onto the ground, lunged forward, raised both axes high, and fiercely brought them down toward the second-level zombie. Yell, yell. All you do is yell. Don't you know that disturbing someone's peaceful sleep is extremely impolite? The second-level zombie instinctively raised its hands to block Yi Nanki's 2 axes. But the massive force transmitted from the 2 axes pressed down, causing its legs to buckle. With a bang, it fell to its knees. Roar! The second-level zombie roared again, and a cluster of flames suddenly shot out of its mouth, heading straight for Yi Nanki's face. Yi Nanqi promptly bent her upper body backward, dodging the flames while simultaneously raising her right leg and fiercely kicking the second-level zombie away. As the second-level zombie flew backward, Yi Nanki's body sprang back, and she violently threw the axe in her left hand. The axe spun rapidly in midair. As the cold light of the iron chain flashed, black blood splattered. The axe, carrying powerful inertial force, tore a bloody hole in the second-level zombie's chest. Yi Nanqi pulled hard with her left hand, the iron chain clanging. Before the second-level zombie could react, it was yanked right in front of Yi Nanqi. She swung the axe in her right hand horizontally. The next second, the second-level zombie's head flew off, and then heavily hit the floor next to Yi Nanqi's feet. In less than 5 minutes of fighting, Yi Nanqi successfully claimed the first kill. She took a slight breath, but did not immediately reach into the second-level zombie's head for the ability core. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yi Nanqi fiercely charged into the group of first-level zombies. With her axes slashing back and forth, combined with the efforts of the 4 people from 1508, the dozens of first-level zombies were quickly eliminated. You handle the corpses. After dropping that sentence, Yi Nanqi turned and walked towards 1509. As she passed the second-level zombie's head, Yi Nanqi pretended that her axe had slipped. While pretending to pick up the axe, she successfully pocketed the ability core. Her combat strength could be explained by pre-apocalypse training, but knowing that the ability core was inside the level zombie's head would be hard to explain. To be safe, she decided to do it secretly. Yi Nanqi rubbed the ability core, which was only the size of a peanut, in her hand, feeling delighted. Chapter 19, Yenranji. Chu Junmo silently watched Yi Nanqi until she returned to 1509. Fierce, decisive, clean and swift. Chu Junmo's lips slowly curved into a smile. What an interesting and adorable little girl. After Yi Nanqi entered the room, Long Xiexian finally opened his mouth wide. This is too amazing. Cheng Lin and Su Liyan were still in a daze, nodding subconsciously. Chu Junmo withdrew his gaze, looked down at the corpses on the ground, and made a plan. Starting tomorrow, one person will stay to guard the home every day, and everyone else will go out to kill zombies. The little girl is so powerful. He also has to work hard. Yes. Cheng Lin and the other two had no objections. They were all stimulated by Yi Nanqi's performance just now. The 4 grown men combined were not as good as one little girl. It was embarrassing, truly embarrassing. If Yi Nanqi could hear their thoughts, she would definitely answer them in her heart. In terms of pure combat prowess, she might not truly be their match right now. But she had fought zombies for so many years, so she had some experience in killing low-level zombies. The bodies here are yours to handle. After Chu Junmo finished speaking, he walked towards 1508, leaving the 3 of them, Cheng Lin, exchanging glances in the darkness. A few seconds later, the 3 of them simultaneously turned to the survivors who had been hiding behind them and said, "The bodies are yours. Clean them up by tomorrow morning, or else, humph." They provided the combat power. So these people they protected should also contribute some physical labor. The survivors dared not refute. They had long been scared witless by the group, especially afraid of Yi Nanqi from 1509. Let's go back to sleep, I'm dead tired. Long Xiexian yawned, his set of white teeth gleaming in the darkness. Only after the 3 of them entered 1508 did the survivors dare to move. How should we deal with these bodies? Carry them down? In the darkness, a gaunt woman, shivering from the cold, quietly asked. Why bother? Just open the window and throw them down. A man with thinning hair rubbed his stiff, frozen hands and took out his phone, which still had half its battery left. He used the faint light from the screen to walk towards a zombie corpse whose clothes were still relatively clean. Then, under everyone's gaze, he stripped off the thick cotton jacket and pants from the corpse, put them on himself, and walked to the window. As soon as the window opened, a chill strong enough to freeze one's blood rushed in. The man quickly threw the zombie he was holding down, swiftly closed the window, and then hopped in place for a long time before he felt a trace of warmth in his body. Then he walked towards the next corpse. With his example, the others immediately followed suit, stripping clothes from the corpses. In a life-or-death situation, they didn't mind at all that these clothes were taken from the dead. Thick clothes were worn, while thin, non-insulating ones were used to wipe away the bloodstains on the floor. After more than 2 hours of frantic work, the mess in the hallway was finally cleaned up. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the residents of 1509 and 1508 would be satisfied, especially the little girl in 1509. Meanwhile, the little girl in 1509, whom everyone was thinking about, was having a change of expression indoors. After Yi Nanqi entered the room, she rinsed the ability core clean with water, and then put it into her space. She was still smiling at this point, her mood still joyful. But when she looked down and saw her body covered in bloodstains, her smiling face fell. She had to wash clothes again and again and again. Damn zombies. Yi Nanqi pulled a long face as she took off her clothes, casually tossed the dirty clothes into the washing machine, and first changed into a thick set of pajamas. Then she assisted the washing machine in her space with its work. Adding water, washing, disposing of wastewater, adding water again, washing again, disposing of wastewater again. Finally drying. Although it had been washed several times, there were still bloodstains on the clothes, making them look dirty. However, this was exactly the effect Yi Nanqi wanted. It could be clean, but not overly clean. Although there was a thick stack of clothes in her space, she currently only planned to use 2 sets in rotation. The set she wore during the day and this newly washed set. Always wearing clean new clothes would be too conspicuous. It wouldn't be too late to be a little more extravagant when storage supernatural ability mutants appeared among humans. For now, just making sure the clothes didn't have that unpleasant smell of decaying blood was enough. Meow. Shaoli, seeing Yi Nanqi standing by the bed in a daze, meowed at her. Yi Nanqi's attention was drawn back by Shaoli's sound, and she smiled at it. It's nothing, go to sleep. Shaoli then slept peacefully. Yinanchi added a few pieces of charcoal to the stove, added some water to the humidifier, checked the remaining power in the mobile power bank, and then burrowed into the quilt. She turned off the flashlight by her hand and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. This time, she finally slept dreamlessly until dawn. When Yinanchi woke up, Xiaoli was already awake, energetically playing on the climbing frame in the corner of the room. Seeing her wake up, Xiaoli leaped to her side. Meow. Good morning, poop scooper. Xiaoli affectionately rubbed against Yinanchi's face, and Yinanchi reached out to stroke its small head. After playing with Xiaoli in bed for a while, Yinanchi got up. She walked to the balcony, pulled open the curtains and looked outside. The accumulated snow on the ground was already over 2 meters high, but it was still snowing. If it was like her previous life, when the accumulated snow reached over 3 meters, this heavy snow would temporarily stop. Yinanchi stretched, just about to turn and go to the bathroom to wash up, when she saw Chu Junmo from next door also coming to the balcony to check the situation. Yinanchi was the first to greet him with a smile. Good morning, Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo smiled as soon as he saw Yinanchi. Good morning. Have you eaten? Yinanchi asked casually. Chu Junmo's eyes lit up. Was the little girl concerned about him? He quickly replied, yes, I have. How about you? Not yet, I woke up a bit late, but am about to eat now. Yinanchi replied with a smile. Then go eat quickly, I won't delay you. Yinanchi nodded and turned to walk towards the living room. Seeing her go in, Chu Junmo reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Knock knock. A knocking sound came from the balcony glass of 1507. Chu Junmo turned his head to look. A woman with wavy, permed curls was smiling at him. It was their protection target for this mission, Yanranji. A trace of disgust flashed in Chu Junmo's eyes, and he turned expressionlessly to walk back into the living room. Yen Ranzi's smiling face instantly turned dark because of Chu Junmo's action. Lin Ran, come out with me. Yen Ranji turned to the female bodyguard following her, and said, Yes, miss. Lin Ran walked to a clothes rack, picked up a thick cotton coat, and was about to put it on Yen Ranji. I don't want to wear such an ugly coat. Yen Ranji pushed away the gray cotton coat in Lin Ran's hand. She had never seen such an ugly coat in her life. Lin Ran didn't speak, only silently held the cotton coat in her hand. Seeing this, Yen Ranji smiled contentedly. She liked this feeling of being superior, with everyone obeying her. Chapter 20. Picking a fight. Yen Ranji held her head high, and walked to the door with an arrogant expression. But the moment she opened the door, Yen Ranji felt reality slap her twice, sharply waking her up. Cold. It was simply too cold. She slammed the door shut, then immediately turned around and raised her hand, giving Lin Ran a heavy slap. Slap. Bitch! Why didn't you tell me it was so cold outside? When we return to Capital City, I will definitely tell Grandpa about this and have him teach you a good lesson. Yen Ranji fiercely threatened Lin Ran while snatching the cotton coat from Lin Ran's hand, and hurriedly putting it on. It's ugly. Go find me a nicer one outside later. After giving Lin Ran the order, Yen Ranji opened the door and walked out. She completely disregarded how Lin Ran, who was only wearing a down jacket in such cold weather, was supposed to find her nice clothes. Although it was still cold, Yen Ranji thought of the smile Chu Junmo had just shown Yinanchi and gritted her teeth. Walking towards 1509, Lin Ran, who followed behind her, remained silent the entire time. Whether it was being beaten or scolded without reason, she had grown used to it, numb to it. Boss, what's wrong? Chung Lin looked at Chu Junmo, who was once again emitting cold air, with a bewildered expression. He had just heard Chu Junmo greeting the little girl next door in 1509. Judging by the tone of the greeting, he seemed to be in a good mood. How did he start giving off cold air again in the blink of an eye? It truly added insult to injury, making their already not-so-warm house even colder. Chu Junmo didn't answer, merely glancing at 1507. Now Chung Lin understood what was going on. He hesitated for a long time, finally squeezing out a dry remark. I'll be fine once we return to Capital City. But looking at the heavy snow fluttering outside the window, Chung Lin's mouth also tasted bitter. With these successive unexpected situations, when would they ever return to Capital City? Su Liyan and Long Xiexian, who had been silent, exchanged glances and simultaneously sighed. Boss, why don't we just go all out? Su Liyan made a throat-slitting gesture. No, she's the Yen family junior that old Master Yen likes the most. If she dies here, it will be difficult for us to explain when we go back. Before Chu Junmo could speak, Chung Lin refuted Su Lian's suggestion. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, monsters are rampant outside, and it's so cold. Just say she was bitten by a monster or froze to death. Wouldn't that work? Su Liyan said dismissively. Just thinking about that woman's delusion of making their boss marry into the Yen family, and her cheap appearance like she hadn't seen a man in 800 years, made him want to vomit. Liyan, you don't understand that old man from the Yen family. He won't care how Yen Ranji died. He'll only say that his granddaughter is dead, so why are we still alive? Long Xiexian reached out and patted Su Lian's shoulder. We can't withstand the Yen family's wrath right now. Who says? As long as we... Before Su Liyan could finish, Chu Junmo interrupted him. After the snow stops, Liyan Dexian, and I will go out first to kill zombies and find supplies. Chung Lin will guard the house. Tomorrow, Liyan will take over, the day after, Dexian and finally me. Any other ideas? No. The three shook their heads in unison. They had always obeyed Chu Junmo's words unconditionally. Chu Junmo responded, then fell silent. Chung Lin and the other two also fell into silence, sitting blankly in the living room. Ah. So boring. A few minutes later, Su Liyan irritably scratched his hair, flopped onto the sofa, and let out a wail. I'll find something for you to do. Long Xiexian handed the hand-crank generator by his side to Su Liyan. Go generate some electricity. The power in the mobile charger is low. Su Liyan. Fine, it's also a pastime. Su Liyan took the generator and started cranking it desperately. Unlike the boredom in 1508, Yi Nanchi was happily curled up in her quilt, playing a single-player game on her tablet. Xiaoli lay on her shoulder, watching with curiosity. Bang bang. Just as the girl and the cat were immersed in their happiness, there was a sudden knock on the door. HM. A flicker of doubt crossed Yi Nanki's eyes. She put down her tablet, got up, walked to the door, and looked out through the peephole. Standing at the door was a woman almost completely bundled up like a bear, and behind her was another woman whose face was blue from the cold. Yenanji Sirchit had memory. Confirmed she didn't know them. At this moment, Yenranji outside the door started banging on it again. The people on the 15th floor had widened their eyes when Yenranji walked to the door of 1509. When they saw her raise her hand and pound heavily on the door, two words popped into their minds. Awesome. This was a warrior. They on this floor had always been careful not to make too much noise, fearing that it would be too loud and provoke the little villainess in 1509. Precisely because of this, their floor was much more harmonious compared to other floors. At this moment, they gathered together and whispered, I bet one small cookie that she's going to get a beating. Someone whispered, You're so stingy, only one. I'll bet 1.5 that she's going to get a beating. Another person chimed in. The people on the 15th floor. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Whose side should they take? Yenranji was accustomed to and enjoyed being watched, but at this moment, she felt that the way these people looked at her was strange. What is it? Yinanchi asked from behind the door. She didn't intend to open it because she didn't want to change clothes. Putting on layer after layer was exhausting. Open the door first. Yenranzi's voice was trembling slightly from the cold. If you have something to say it quickly. Yinanchi was getting a little impatient. She rarely slacked off and played a game. Her request to open the door was repeatedly denied. And Yenranji also became annoyed. Open the door. You have the guts to flirt with my man. But you don't have the guts to open the door and confront me? Yenranji shouted loudly, her knocking becoming even more violent. After hearing Yenranzi's words, a question mark slowly appeared above Yinanki's head. Sitting at home. Trouble comes from the sky. When did she flirt with that woman's man? Why didn't she know? More importantly, who was that woman's man? Shaoli, is the man she's talking about you? Yinanchi had forgotten about greeting Chu Junmo on the balcony that morning. After thinking about it, she finally looked at Shaoli. Kiaori, Mero. Meow 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 meow, meow 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 meow. Xiaoli angrily stretched out its paw, pointing at Yinanchi. Meow is saying as a tasteful meow, Meow only likes female meows. Cross-species love, Meow doesn't want it. Besides, even if it were cross-species, Meow would only like you. After pointing around, Xiaoli shyly lowered its head. Yinanji. Why is it suddenly shy? Yin Ranzi's shouts were full of gossip. So much so that even the residents of the 14th floor couldn't help but climb up to watch the show. The residents of the 15th floor, however, hid far away. This woman was finished. She dared to curse the little villainess. She was about to have an intimate encounter with the Grim Reaper's scythe. Open the door, open the door. You shameless bitch. Don't think that hiding inside will make this go away. Seeing that there was no movement inside, Yanranji thought that Yinanchi was scared of her, and she became even more rampant, even kicking the door. This was her usual tactic, strike first, making it impossible for the other party to explain themselves. She had never even received a smile from Chu Junmo. Why should the one in 1509 be able to? Chapter 21, Getting Beaten. Yi Nanki's face had completely darkened. She shouldn't have been lazy for a moment, and given this crazy woman outside the door a chance to go mad in front of her door. Lian. Stop cranking for a moment. I think I heard that young lady from next door went to 1509 to stir up trouble. Amidst the buzzing sound of the hand crank generator, Cheng Lin heard some discordant noises and hurriedly stopped Su Lian, who was cranking vigorously. Meanwhile, Chu Junmo had already opened the door and walked out, looking murderous. Damn it, if Yanranji dares to hurt the little girl he has his eyes on, he will send her to meet the king of hell. Unfortunately, the little girl he was constantly thinking about didn't give him a chance to show off. Just as Chu Junmo stepped out, he saw Yinanchi, with an axe tucked behind her back, charging out of 1509 like a little cannonball. First she kicked Lin Ran, who was blocking Yanranji and had become stiff from the cold, away. And then she raised her hand and slapped Yanranji hard across the face. Yanranzi's face was knocked to the side from the slap, and she was instantly stunned. She didn't expect the seemingly weak and delicate Yinanchi to start hitting people right away. Nor did she expect that Yinanchi would actually dare to hit her. Being ugly is one thing, but your mouth is so foul. Yinanchi grabbed Yanranji by the collar and backhanded her with 2 more slaps. Even such cold weather can't freeze your babbling mouth, huh? I think you're dressed too warmly. Yinanchi abruptly ripped the cotton coat off Yanranzi's body, and casually tossed it into the arms of a woman on the 15th floor, who was holding a child. Then she gave Yanranji 2 more slaps. Yanranji was slapped until she saw stars. Her cheeks swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, throbbing with a burning pain. Having grown up this big, this was the first time Yanranji had ever been beaten. And to be slapped in the face in public, no less. Yanranji was furious. Ah, you bitch, you actually dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Slap. Slap. Upon hearing this, a trace of coldness flashed in Yi Nanki's eyes, and she raised her hand again to slap her twice more. I don't care who you are. If you keep running your foul mouth and yapping, this lady will smash your mouth to pieces. Yi Nanki's hand was still raised high, her gaze fierce, her tone malicious. Yen, who bullied the weak and feared the strong Ranji, chickened out. She could tell that Yinanchi wasn't joking with her. She shut her mouth, not daring to make a sound. She was afraid her mouth would be smashed to pieces. Cheng Lin and the other 2 shrank behind Chu Junmo and swallowed hard. She's really fierce. But why is it inexplicably satisfying? Chu Junmo couldn't help but step forward. Yinanchi looked at Chu Junmo and suddenly remembered the morning's events. Immediately after, she recalled the sentence she heard 2 days ago. You stay here and wait for the young master and Miss Yen. Is her man you? Yinanchi dragged the limp mud-like Yanranji in front of Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo shook his head vigorously and said, It's not me. After saying that, he felt it wasn't enough, so he added, I have absolutely no relationship with her whatsoever. Chu Junmo, how dare you say you? Yanranji was stunned with rage by Chu Junmo's bizarre move. She had gotten beaten because of him. But just as she opened her mouth, Yinanchi slapped her. You unteachable thing, did I tell you to speak? Ranji was angry, anxious, and afraid all at once. Under the weight of these emotions, everything went black before her eyes, and she actually fainted right there. Neither Nanchi nor Chu Junmo paid her any mind and continued their previous topic. Tell me the truth. What exactly is your relationship with her? Nanchi looked at Chu Junmo. Her burning gaze filled with vigilance. I really have no relationship with her. It was her grandfather who hired Lin and the other two to protect her. But the combined strength of the three of them isn't even equal to mine. To be safe, they insisted that I come along. Chu Junmo spoke sentence after sentence, terrified that the little girl in front of him would misunderstand him, completely disregarding the lives of his brothers behind him. Lin and the other two stood not far away, their faces blank. Keep lying, just keep lying. What good does it do you to piss us three off to death? In short, you are responsible for protecting her. Nanchi glanced at Lin and the other two, muttering to herself, it seems this woman's background is not simple. I am not. Chu Junmo shook his head like a rattledrum. He had absolutely no relationship with Ranji. If I want to kill her, Nanchi lowered her voice, do I have to take care of you all first? As she spoke, the axe in Nanki's hand had slowly slid to Chu Junmo's chest. No need, Chu Junmo slowly gripped the axe blade, slightly lowered his head, and whispered into Nanki's ear. What a coincidence, I also find her an eyesore. How about we do it together? But we can't kill her here. Warm breath kept hitting the side of Nanki's ear. She abruptly stepped back twice into the shadows, a faint flush quietly appearing on her face. If you want to talk, just talk. Why get so close? You've made her face blush from the heat. Nanchi looked up and glared at Chu Junmo before asking. Why can't we do it here? She is from the Yen family in the capital city. Her family has some power. Chu Junmo looked at the faint flush on Nanki's face, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, and spoke unhurriedly. The Yen family? Nanchi recalled that in the late stages of the apocalypse, among the factions that appeared in the capital city, there seemed to be a small faction whose leader was surnamed Yen. She remembered that person had many daughters, and his name was Yen Liuxing. He was famous for selling his daughters to win over major factions within the safe zone. Who is the current head of the Yen family? Nanchi wanted to confirm. Yen Liuxing. That matched up. The Yen Ranji in her hands was that daughter of the Yen family, the one who would be sold in the future. Nanchi curled her lip and tossed Yen Ranji onto the ground with some disgust. On the other side, Lin Ran, who had been kicked out by Nanchi, finally recovered. She was very smart. She didn't make any harsh threats, nor did she ask Chu Junmo and the others for help, but just tentatively dragged Yen Ranji towards 1507. Nanchi didn't stop her, just watched quietly. She had beaten the daughter that the Yen family intended to sell later. If the Yen family found out, they certainly wouldn't let it rest. And while the Yen family's power in the later stages wasn't top tier, for her right now, they were still a behemoth. Therefore, she couldn't let Yen Ranji go back and report this. At least not until her strength was sufficient to rival the Yen family. After thinking it through clearly, Nanchi looked up at Chu Junmo again. Then if I beat her here, I'll be fine? Everyone saw it clearly. She was the one who provoked first. After saying this, Chu Junmo paused for a moment and added, the Yen family cares about their reputation and always takes the moral high ground when doing things. As soon as Chu Junmo said this, Nanchi understood. Yen Ranji provoked unreasonably first, and she struck back because she couldn't tolerate it any longer. In this matter, the Yen family had no moral standing. Chapter 22. The Cat Who Did Something Naughty. Chu Junmo, when are you sending her to capital city? Nanki's eyes flickered. And she had an idea. When the monsters first appeared, we sent our location to capital city. Given Elder Yan's affection for Yen Ranji, he should send someone to pick her up. We don't need to personally escort her back. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive within half a month. Chu Junmo's voice was not loud. Only Nanchi and Lin behind him could hear it. He had already guessed what the little girl wanted to do. Nanchi looked up at Chu Junmo. She suspected Chu Junmo had already guessed her thoughts. Otherwise, why would he explain it in such detail? Nanki's eyes flickered, and she stopped asking, turning her gaze towards the stairwell. Chu Junmo said nothing more, only looking at Yi Nanchi with increasing tenderness. The little girl with strong vigilance was truly endearing. The gray cotton jacket had already been put on the child in the woman's arms. The people on the 15th floor looked at the thick cotton jacket on the child and were incredibly tempted, but no one dared to snatch it. Even if they were given 800 more guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch something the little villainess had given away. But the residents of the 14th floor who were watching didn't know how formidable the little villainess of 1509 was. Immediately, someone reached out to grab it. The woman and the child in her arms both flinched simultaneously. The child wanted to cry but didn't dare, and combined with the cold, his thin, small face was bruised and ugly. At this moment, an axe flew over, and with a boom, the floor in front of the 14th floor residents shattered. "Get down." Yi Nanchi looked up, expressionlessly staring at the dozen or so people coming up from the 14th floor. What great strength! What a fierce girl! The residents of the 14th floor looked at the axe. Half of its blade stuck in the concrete, and were momentarily speechless, not daring to move. But to make them give up that life-saving cotton jacket just like that, they were unwilling. Also, the residents of the 14th floor looked at the thick clothes on the people of the 15th floor, their eyes red with jealousy. It's just a little girl. What's there to be afraid of? Exactly, they're so few. What's there to be afraid of? Lucy, go back and call more people up. We'll snatch their clothes together. The people on the 15th floor couldn't help but clutch their clothes upon hearing the words of the 14th floor residents. Although many of these clothes were taken from the dead, more were retrieved at the risk of their lives, and they absolutely could not give them away. Stop him. Don't let him go, call for people. The residents of the 15th floor moved, one after another blocking the man named Lu Zi. Yi Nanchi gently tugged the chain, and with a creak, the axe stuck in the ground returned to her hand. If these people weren't subdued, the 15th floor would likely not have peace. Just as she was about to step forward to reason with the 14th floor, Chu Junmo reached out and stopped her. "I'll do it." Yi Nanchi paused, then raised an eyebrow and looked up at Chu Junmo before nodding. "Alright, then I'll go back." Since someone was willing to put in the effort, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Her game wasn't finished yet. You go rest." Chu Junmo nodded, gesturing to Chung Lin and the other two behind him. She must be tired after hitting Yan Ranji so hard just now. Chung Lin and the other two grinned at Yi Nanchi, then rushed out. Yi Nanchi quickly walked back to 1509 amidst a chorus of screams. "Xiao Li. I'm back." Yi Nanchi spoke to Xiao Li while quickly changing clothes, then leaped onto the bed. "It's still warm in here. It's freezing outside, huh? Xiao Li, why aren't you responding to me?" Yi Nanchi looked at Xiao Li, curled up motionless in its cat bed, and asked with some puzzlement, simultaneously reaching out to feel the bed. "Strange, where's my tablet?" Hearing the words tablet, Xiao Li guiltily turned its head and instinctively shuffled further into its cat bed. Its unusual behavior immediately caught Yi Nanchi's attention. "My dear Xiao Li, where is my tablet?" Yi Nanchi got up from the bed and squatted in front of Xiao Li with a smile. Xiao Li shook its head vigorously, indicating, "I don't know, I'm not sure, I'm innocent." "Come on, move aside. Let me see what's under your plump little body." Yi Nanchi picked up Xiao Li and the cat bed was empty. "There's nothing here." Yi Nanchi pretended to get up and look elsewhere, and visibly, Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Nanchi was almost dying of laughter inside, but kept a poker face, only to pick up the cat bed the moment Xiao Li's mouth curved into a smile. The tablet was right under the cat bed. It had a missing corner. "Xiao Li, what happened here?" Yi Nanchi was both annoyed and amused. The annoying part was that the tablet had died less than an hour after being taken out and used. The amusing part was that this little creature had truly become cunning, even knowing how to hide evidence of its crime. "Meow meow 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 meow. There's a reason for this, poop scooper. Listen to my explanation. Let's go back to half an hour ago." After Yi Nanchi left, Xiao Li looked at the tablet with its screen still lit, and couldn't resist reaching out with its small paw. But no matter how it swiped, the little character on the game page just wouldn't obey its commands. "Meow. Meow meow. Move. Why aren't you moving? Move for meow." Little mortified fox opened its mouth wide. and with a crunch, the tablet died. When the tablet went black, Xiaoli panicked. What to do? What to do? Xiaoli paced anxiously until it saw its cat bed. In a moment of desperation, Xiaoli stuffed the broken tablet under its cat bed, and threw the bitten-off corner of the tablet into the litter box, burying it. Finally, it lay in its cat bed, pretending nothing had happened. Where did that missing piece go? Yi Nanqi searched around the cat bed, but couldn't find the missing piece. Although she knew the little creature was very smart, she was still a little afraid it might have eaten the corner. Meow. Xiaoli cautiously glanced at Yi Nanqi, then, with its head lowered, led Yi Nanqi into the bathroom and dug out the missing corner from the litter box. Yi Nanqi breathed a sigh of relief, but also decided to teach the little creature a lesson. Although the item was found for free, it shouldn't be wasted. More importantly, she wanted Xiaoli to know that one should bravely admit to mistakes, rather than cleverly trying to escape by hiding evidence. This tablet costs 5,800. You'll compensate with your cat food cans and snacks. That means from today onwards, you won't have cat food cans and snacks, only kibble and water. Until the money saved from the cat food cans and snacks is enough to cover the cost of this tablet. Also, for not admitting to your mistake and trying to hide evidence to escape, another 2 months of cat food cans and snacks will be deducted. Finally, no objections accepted. Xiaoli didn't understand anything else, only that its snacks and canned food were gone, and it instantly flopped onto the ground listlessly. Yi Nanqi ignored it, walked back to the living room on her own, took out some food, and poured some kibble and water into Xiaoli's food bowl. Another morning had passed without realizing it. It was now lunchtime. Chapter 23 Nighttime Activities 1. Xiaoli walked out of the bathroom, listlessly lying down next to its cat bowl, eating a bite here and there. The fish on the coffee table smelled so good, it really wanted a bite. But it had made a mistake, and the poop scooper had said it would only get cat food and water. After Xiaoli finished what was in its cat bowl, it curled up in its cat bed. It curled into a ball. Tiny and small, it looked extremely pitiful. Yi Nanqi just acted like she didn't see it. Those rolling cat eyes that kept stealing glances at her said it all. She tidied up the things on the table, added some coal to the stove, added some water to the humidifier, and swapped in 2 fully charged power banks. After throwing the old ones into charge with the generator, she went into the bedroom. Closing the door, she continued her boxing workout. From start to finish, she didn't even glance at Xiaoli. Xiaoli, huddled in its cat bed pretending to be pitiful, was dumbfounded. What should it do now that the poop scooper hadn't fallen for it? What on earth could it do to keep its dried fish snacks, little biscuits, and little cans? So anxious, waiting online. It wasn't until nightfall that Yi Nanqi came out of the bedroom. Xiaoli hurriedly scurried over, rubbing against her leg in a fawning manner. Hungry? Yi Nanqi looked down at Xiaoli by her feet, stifling a laugh inside, but maintaining an indifferent expression as she walked straight to the cat bowl. It was still just a bowl of cat food and a bowl of water, not a bit more. Xiaoli hugged her pant leg and wouldn't let go. Meow. Give me a dried fish snack, please. What's wrong? Did I pour too much? Can't finish it? Then I'll take some back. Yi Nanqi held back her laughter, making a move to take the cat bowl. Xiaoli hurriedly flew over, tightly guarding its cat bowl. Meow. Xiaoli hurriedly buried its head and ate frantically. Afraid that if it was a second too slow, the cat food right in front of its mouth would fly away. Yi Nanqi laughed silently, and turned to go to the kitchen to fetch hot water. After wiping the sweat off her body, Yi Nanqi changed into her outdoor clothes. Xiaoli, I'm going out for a bit. Meow? Xiaoli looked at the pitch black outside, a flash of confusion in its eyes. It was so late, what was the poop scooper going to do? The only response it got was the sound of the door closing softly. Yi Nanqi went to the rooftop silently. Just as she finished securing the climbing rope in her hand, she heard footsteps at the rooftop entrance. Immediately after, a dark shadow appeared at the entrance. A human or a second-level zombie. Yi Nanqi grew vigilant, and a 30-centimeter-long knife quietly appeared in her hand. When the shadow approached, the knife in Yi Nanqi's hand suddenly slashed down towards it. Clang! Sharp blades collided, emitting the sound of clashing metal. Yi Nanchi was forced back 2 steps by the recoil, but the shadow stood its ground, not moving an inch. It wasn't a zombie, it was a human, and their skills were above hers. Yi Nanchi quickly determined this, and her internal guard rose even higher. Besides her, who was planning to do something bad under the cover of night, was there actually someone else coming to the roof on this -40-degree night? Definitely not a good person. It's me. Just as Yi Nanchi defined the other person as a bad guy, the shadow spoke. Chu Junmo? Yi Nanchi was very surprised. Chu Junmo's voice came from the darkness again, carrying a hint of helplessness. After confirming the person opposite was indeed Chu Junmo, Yi Nanchi hurriedly sheathed the long knife and tucked it behind her back. Then she asked curiously, "It's late at night, and so cold, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing coming up here? If nothing unexpected happens." "Our goals are the same." After finishing, Chu Junmo walked over to the climbing rope, reached out to pull it, then turned to Yi Nanchi and said, "You go back, leave the rest to me." Ha! Chu Junmo's words left Yi Nanchi completely dumbfounded. What is going on here? Chu Junmo, do you know what I'm planning to do? Yi Nanchi stared intently at Chu Junmo, her eyes flashing with wariness. Kill Yanranji, right? Nanchi, same thing as during the day, how about we cooperate? Since you've already provided the tools, let me handle the killing, okay? Chu Junmo lowered his head, his gaze filled with openness and sincerity. Yi Nanchi didn't answer Chu Junmo immediately, she didn't trust him. They had only met a few times, knew nothing about each other except their names, and were basically just acquaintances. And what she was about to do concerned her own life. What if he had bad intentions? Thinking of this, Yi Nanchi forced a smile, and was just about to speak when Chu Junmo spoke again. "Nanchi, I know you don't trust me, but that's okay. Once Yanranji is dead, you'll know I wasn't lying to you. Do you have climbing gloves?" He changed the topic too quickly, and Yi Nanchi didn't keep up for a moment, just staring at him blankly. "You don't?" In the howling wind and snow, Chu Junmo's voice carried helplessness. "Were you planning to climb with your bare hands just now? In such extreme cold, with such rough rope, if she really went, would her hands even survive? What a silly girl. It was fortunate he came." After saying this, Chu Junmo walked to the edge of the roof, preparing to take off his thick gloves and climb down the climbing rope with his bare hands. "Wait, I have some." Yi Nanchi hurriedly handed him the gloves she was holding. Seeing that Yi Nanchi was prepared, Chu Junmo smiled. He unhurriedly took off the gloves he was wearing and handed them to Yi Nanchi. "Could you please hold on to these for a moment?" Then he put on the climbing gloves Yi Nanchi had given him, and prepared to go down. "Wait. Put these on too." Yi Nanchi handed his thick gloves back to him. Wearing only one layer of climbing gloves in this weather, he probably didn't want his hands anymore. "No need, these gloves are too thick, it's not convenient." The little girl was caring about him again. It was so nice, but he had to refuse. "Then wear mine." Yi Nanchi directly took off the gloves she was wearing. She was wearing electric heated gloves. They were a unisex model she had bought back then, so Chu Junmo should be able to fit into them. Before Chu Junmo could object, Yi Nanchi had already shoved her gloves into his hands. As soon as the gloves were in his hand, Chu Junmo felt the difference. Electric heated gloves? Yeah. I found a pair when I went out looking for supplies before, Yi Nanchi said while putting Chu Junmo's gloves on her own hands. In the blink of an eye it took to switch gloves. She felt her hands had already gone numb from the cold. She couldn't take out another pair of gloves in front of Chu Junmo, so she had to wear his. Seeing this, Chu Junmo didn't refuse anymore, and quickly put on the gloves. "Then I'm off. It's too cold out here, you should go back first." After saying this, Chu Junmo slid down quickly and disappeared into the night. Yi Nanchi watched Chu Junmo disappear in the blink of an eye, and was stunned for a moment. She had assumed he would break through the window directly, but he went downstairs. Could his plan be the same as hers? A strange feeling flickered in Yi Nanchi's heart. She looked at the darkness below once more, then walked to a sheltered spot and waited quietly. She'd better wait. She wouldn't be at ease without seeing the aftermath. Yi Nanchi's sharp eyes caught a coil of climbing rope and a pair of climbing gloves in the corner. This is... Yi Nanchi looked in the direction Chu Junmo had left. Did he prepare this? Chapter 24. Night Operation 2. Yi Nanchi waited silently, her heart filled with doubt. This wait lasted for an hour. When she saw the climbing rope straighten again, Yi Nanchi knew that Chu Junmo had come up. She quickly walked to the edge of the roof and looked down, only to see Chu Junmo with a 3-meter-long rope tied to his body, from which hung a second-level zombie. Its mouth was gagged by a dark object, preventing it from making a sound. Only its limbs flailed in midair. Chu Junmo was pulling the second-level zombie, climbing up very agilely. Yi Nanki's mouth slightly agape. She had underestimated Chu Junmo's skill. Chu Junmo seemed to sense something and looked up. When he saw a dark figure peering down from the edge of the roof, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had thought Yi Nanchi had already gone back, but unexpectedly. Chu Junmo curved his lips, a silent and faint smile fleeting across his frost-pale face. The realization that the little girl was waiting for him filled Chu Junmo's heart with an indescribable joy. He unconsciously sped up his ascent. 15 minutes later, Chu Junmo climbed up, and the zombie was still flailing in midair. When we went out to find supplies today, we looked for a zombie with the same combat power as the one that night, and we tied it up in the snow below. Before Yi Nanchi could ask, Chu Junmo proactively explained the origin of the second-level zombie. Yi Nanchi nodded, rubbing her almost frozen face, regretting it immensely. She hadn't expected Chu Junmo to have a plan already. Alas, if she had known he was coming, she wouldn't have come. After all, what needed to be done was the same. She took 2 steps forward, looked at Chu Junmo's equally stiff and pale face, and asked, "What are you planning to do next?" Chu Junmo smiled without speaking, brought the dangling second-level zombie to the window of 1507, and with a flick of a dagger, the black ball gagging the zombie's mouth fell out. Roar! Crash! The zombie's roar and the sound of shattering glass rang out simultaneously. Chu Junmo suddenly let go, and the rope dragging the second-level zombie instantly slipped into 1507. Yi Nanchi raised an eyebrow in surprise. This guy actually thought of the same thing she did. A few words suddenly flashed in her mind, this damned unspoken understanding. The next second, Yin Ranzi's terrified voice came from 1507. Go away. Lin Ran, kill it quickly. Lin Ran, what's wrong with you? Get up quickly. Help. Someone help me. Chu Junmo, save me quickly. Yin Ranji screamed desperately, one shriek after another. Sharp and filled with despair. She never dreamed that one moment she was plotting how to torture Yi Nanchi to death, and the next she would die in the mouth of a zombie. Even more unexpectedly, this zombie was let in by the very Chu Junmo she was calling for. Yin Ranzi's eyes were wide open, unwilling to close even in death. Let's go down. Cheng Lin and the others will cover us. Chu Junmo ignored Yin Ranzi's pleas, quickly reeled in the climbing rope, and whispered to Yi Nanchi. Yi Nanji nodded. The two quickly ran towards the 15th floor. The residents of the 15th floor couldn't help but shed bitter tears for themselves. Why did these zombie monsters always target their 15th floor? You all quickly hide in that corner, far away. We're going to kick the door. As soon as the two came down from the roof, they heard Cheng Lin directing the residents of the 15th floor to a corner at the other end. Su Liyan and Long Xiexian stood not far away, clearly waiting for Chu Junmo. When they saw Chu Junmo and Yi Nanchi come out together, both were startled. You go back first, come out later. Chu Junmo shoved the climbing rope into Yi Nanki's hand and strode towards Su Liyan and the other man. Yi Nanchi nodded at the two and silently returned to 1509. Boss, how did you two? Later. Chu Junmo raised his hand to stop Su Liyan, then walked towards Cheng Lin. Cheng Lin saw him coming and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Chu Junmo understood. Cheng Lin stepped back. Clang. With a loud bang, the anti-theft door of 1507 was forcibly pried off by Chu Junmo with a single strike of his blade. And then with a kick, the door of 1507 was forced open. A strong smell of blood rushed out. Roar. As soon as the door opened, the second-level zombie lunged out, followed closely by Lin Ran, who had already turned into a zombie. Scatter. Chu Junmo roared at the three behind him, and he himself quickly retreated. The second-level zombie's sharp claws, aimed at them, swiped at empty air. Its body half crouched on the ground, growling continuously. Then it leaped again, pouncing towards Chu Junmo. Although its brain wasn't very bright, it remembered that this person had tied it in the snow, and this person had dragged it flailing in midair. Chu Junmo retreated again, dodging, and at the same time, he kicked hard at the second-level zombie's back. The second-level zombie stumbled from Chu Junmo's kick and fell directly into the escape passage. Roar! The second-level zombie quickly turned around, once again brandishing its sharp claws and pouncing towards Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo held his great saber horizontally in front of him, ready to meet the second-level zombie's attack. At this moment, the door of 1509 opened, and Yi Nanchi, pretending to be woken by the commotion outside, walked out. The second-level zombie heard the movement, looked back, and when it saw Yi Nanchi, its dull eyes moved. This woman was with the one who tied it, also an enemy. The second-level zombie immediately abandoned Chu Junmo and pounced towards Yi Nanchi, who was closer to it. Yi Nanchi immediately drew the chain axe from behind her and swung it towards the second-level zombie. Clang! The axe blade collided with the second-level zombie's sharp claws, and amidst flying sparks, Yi Nanchi quickly turned and led the second-level zombie to the center of the hallway. She didn't want this second-level zombie to demolish her home. Chu Junmo, let's go together, Yi Nanchi said to Chu Junmo, who had already reached her side. Then she was the first to charge towards the second-level zombie. Chu Junmo, fearing she would get hurt, followed closely behind. Axe in the left, saber in the right, the two simultaneously slashed at the second-level zombie. Roar! The second-level zombie let out a low growl, and cold air condensed in its hands. 5 small ice cones shot out from its palms, and upon impact with the saber and axe, the ice cones shattered, releasing a large amount of cold air. A thick layer of frost appeared on the surface of the saber and axe, spreading upwards at an extremely fast speed. Chu Junmo and Yi Nanchi threw their weapons away without a second thought. At the same time, they quickly retreated, avoiding the cold air. Crack! The chain axe and the great saber made a crisp sound, simultaneously hitting the ground and shattering into more than a dozen pieces. What is this ice cone it's emitting? Chu Junmo glanced at the shattered blade fragments on the ground, surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes. I don't know. Yi Nanki's face promptly wore a bewildered expression, appearing even more confused than Chu Junmo. Don't ask her, she knows nothing. Chapter 25. Does she have this habit too? Boss. Chung Lin and the other two quickly surrounded him, their gazes vigilantly fixed on the second-level zombie. The second-level zombie across from them stopped attacking after firing those 5 small ice shards, continuously staring at its own hand. It was also puzzled as to why ice shards would appear in its hand. The two exchanged a glance, then simultaneously clenched their fists and attacked. By the time the second-level zombie reacted, it only saw 2 fists, one large and one small. Bang! Its skull shattered, and the second-level zombie fell. If the second-level zombie had consciousness, it would surely say, at critical moments, never get distracted. Chung Lin, dispose of the body. Chu Junmo first spoke to Chung Lin, then turned to Long Xiexian and Su Liyan, saying to Xian Liyan, go fix the door of 1507. The window of 1507 had such a large hole. If they didn't fix the door to block the cold, they would all freeze to death. The 3 immediately acted according to Chu Junmo's words. Nanchi. Chu Junmo was about to ask Yi Nanchi if she wanted to go with him to check on Yen Ranzi's condition when he saw Yi Nanchi staring intently at the second-level zombie's corpse. There seemed to be a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Reluctance towards a corpse? Does the little girl have this habit too? Chu Junmo's face couldn't help but wrinkle into a frown. Nanchi, do you like that corpse? If you like it, I can have Chung Lin drag it back. Although this hobby is a bit niche. Yes, niche. But as long as she likes it, it's not entirely unacceptable. Ah! Yi Nanchi suddenly snapped back to reality. After realizing, she vigorously shook her head. No, I don't like it. I was just wondering what those ice shards it emitted were. Heavens, she just wanted to see where Chung Lin was going to dump the body, so she could go and retrieve the ability core later. Who would like a corpse? Let alone a zombie corpse? Yi Nanchi looked up at Chu Junmo, telling him with her eyes, You have quite the imagination. Cough. Chu Junmo cleared his throat awkwardly, but secretly he let out a huge sigh of relief, then turned to discuss serious matters. Nanchi, do you want to come with me to 1507 to check the situation? Yes, I'll go. Yin Nanji nodded. She needed to confirm Yin Ranzi's condition. Only when she was truly dead could Yin Nanchi rest assured. The two walked towards 1507. Yin Ranzi's body was already cold. No, it should be frozen solid. Yin Nanchi stepped forward and took a careful look, discovering that Yin Ranzi's neck was almost bitten off by the zombie. No wonder she didn't turn into a zombie. Yin Nanchi thought to herself, then turned and quietly asked Chu Junmo, "What do you plan to do next?" Wait. Chu Junmo only said one word, but Yin Nanchi immediately understood his meaning. Call me then. On this matter they were, in a sense, in the same boat. Okay. Chu Junmo nodded. After the two reached a consensus, Yin Nanchi yawned. Anything else? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Go to sleep, Chu Junmo said, taking off the gloves in his hand and handing them to Yin Nanchi. Oh, your gloves. After exchanging the gloves, Yin Nanchi yawned and went back. As soon as Yin Nanchi left, Su Layan and Long Xiexian, full of gossip, gathered around. Boss, what's going on with you two? They were even speaking in riddles in front of them. What, wait? What, call me then? TSK, something's up, something's definitely up. The two winked at Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo glanced at them, and in a calm tone, left 3 words. You guess. Then he simply turned and walked back to 1508. They guess. De Xian, what does the boss mean? Is something happening or not? I don't know. Su Liyan and Long Xiexian looked at each other, unable to grasp Chu Junmo's meaning for a moment. Never mind, not directly denying it means something's up. And Long Xiexian leaned into Su Lian's ear. He meticulously recounted Chu Junmo's previous infatuated behavior. Then what's there to guess? This is definitely something. Su Liyan made the final decision. Cheng Lin walked over, just in time to hear Long Xiexian's words. The two quickly and thoroughly explained what had just happened to Cheng Lin. After listening, Cheng Lin walked towards 1508 thoughtfully. What does he mean now? Long Xiexian scratched the back of his head, looking at Cheng Lin, who just left without a word after hearing everything. I don't know, but let's hurry back too, it's freezing. Su Liyan rubbed his hands, not forgetting to take the heater and power bank from 1507 before leaving. Long Xiexian, meanwhile, moved all the food and other supplies from 1507 to 1508. These were things they, the brothers, had taken turns braving the extreme cold to find. When the two returned to 1508, they heard Cheng Lin asking Chu Junmo, "Boss, didn't we agree not to act against Yin Ranji for now?" At that time, the 3 of them were woken up by Chu Junmo while they were sleeping. Chu Junmo only told them to drive the people in the 15th floor hallway to the furthest corner from 1507. Then he left. He never for a moment thought that Chu Junmo had gone to kill Yin Ranji. From the moment she was beaten and we didn't intervene, this matter already had its conclusion. In the darkness, Chu Junmo's expression was unclear, but Cheng Lin and the other 2 could tell from his tone that he was in a very good mood. Sigh, if only I had known, I wouldn't have. Wouldn't have what? You want me to be Yin Ranzi's man? Chu Junmo caressed the gloves in his hand, which still carried a faint fragrance. His tone was calm, yet it made Cheng Lin's heart clench. Cheng Lin shook his head abruptly. He certainly didn't mean that. But what about the Yin family? Cheng Lin's shoulders slumped, his brows furrowed. His eyes filled with worry. What's there to be afraid of? Su Liyan quickly stepped forward, a fierce glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. Might as well go all the way and crush the Yin family too. Giving bad ideas again. How easy is it to crush the Yin family? Cheng Lin glanced at Su Liyan, feeling even more troubled. If we turn the Chu family into ours, then we can crush them. Chu Junmo's voice was exceptionally clear in the darkness. Cheng Lin suddenly looked up, his heart pounding like thunder. Su Liyan and Long Xiexian exchanged glances, both seeing wild joy in each other's eyes. Thanks to the beatdown from the neighbors in 1509 this morning, their boss was finally going to make a move. Yin Nanchi, completely unaware that she had provided an assist, was pressing against the wall, eavesdropping on the commotion next door. It wasn't until there was no more noise from next door that she secretly left her room again. Quickly went downstairs to find the second-level zombie's corpse. After successfully retrieving the ability core, she silently returned to 1509. The moment she softly closed the door, Chu Junmo next door suddenly opened his eyes. The expression on his face was somewhat subtle. So the little girl really liked corpses? Liked them so much that she wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night just to go look? Chapter 26. Enemies from a Previous Life 1. Yi Nanchi had a good night's sleep until dawn. After one last day of lazing around at home, the day finally arrived when she would meet her enemies from a previous life. Knock knock. A refreshed Yi Nanchi knocked on the door of 1508 early in the morning. Who is it? Chu Junmo's deep, magnetic voice came from inside. It's me, Yi Nanchi. As soon as Yi Nanchi finished speaking, the door to 1508 opened. Chu Junmo looked at her, his eyes full of smiles. Good morning, Nanchi. A beautiful day begins with seeing the little girl. Good morning, Yi Nanchi also greeted with a smile. Boss, don't just stand at the door. It's so cold outside. Hurry up and let her in. Long Xiexian, who was behind Chu Junmo, grinned widely and enthusiastically waved her in. Please come in, please come in. Yi Nanchi's mouth twitched slightly. So enthusiastic and informal? However, thinking of the favor she needed to ask of them, Yi Nanchi still stepped inside. 2 heaters were running in the room. Although it wasn't as warm as her place, it wasn't cold either. Yi Nanchi breathed a slight sigh of relief, then took Xiaoli, who had been sulking in her backpack, out. Long Xiexian's eyes immediately lit up, and he instinctively reached out his big dark hand toward Xiaoli. Xiaoli, already angry, instantly bristled and bared its sharp teeth at Long Xiexian. Meow. Go away, don't touch Lord Meow. Xiaoli. Da Shuan. Yi Nanchi and Chu Junmo spoke at the same time, one gentle, one cold. Long Xiexian gave an embarrassed smile, tried to pull his hand back, and sat down not far from Xiaoli. But his eyes remained fixed on Xiaoli. Xiaoli turned its back in disdain. It didn't want to be with someone who smiled so foolishly and seemed so unintelligent. It pushed off with its hind legs and jumped into Yi Nanchi's arms. Xiaoli rubbed against Yi Nanchi's palm, its large, wet eyes full of pleading. Meow meow. Poop scooper, take Meow out with you. Meow doesn't want to be with 4 stinky men. If not, just let Meow stay in the room alone. For your safety, no. Xiaoli instantly wilta. It jumped out of Yi Nanchi's arms and huddled next to the heater, feeling like life was meaningless. Chu Junmo walked over to Yi Nanchi, glanced at Xiaoli, then asked Yi Nanchi, going out? House sitting and cat sitting? Yi Nanchi nodded quickly. I'm going out to find some food. I'm not comfortable leaving it alone in the room. So I'd like to ask you to help watch it for the morning. Second-level zombies can climb stairs. If they were to sneak into 1509 while Chu Junmo and the others weren't paying attention and hurt Xiaoli, she'd have nowhere to cry. Of course, in addition to the house-sitting fee, they'll also pay an extra cat-sitting fee. Is that okay? Yi Nanchi looked up at Chu Junmo. Her beautiful apricot eyes clear and bright, sparkling with light. Chu Junmo met Yi Nanchi's clear, smiling eyes and his heart pounded. No food left? Come with me. Chu Junmo led Yi Nanchi to the kitchen, which was piled high with various supplies. Food, drinks, daily necessities, clothes, everything was there. It's not safe outside. You can take some things from here to tide you over, and return them when things get better. Chu Junmo pointed at the things in the kitchen, being very generous. Yi Nanchi's eyes widened. Meanwhile, Cheng Lin and the other 2 in the living room were also bewildered. Their boss' method of pursuing girls was a bit hard on his brothers. Chu Junmo. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to be self-reliant. A moment later, Yi Nanchi smiled at her longtime good neighbor. Chu Junmo saw the resistance on Yi Nanchi's face and dared not say anything else, only, I will help you guard your home and take care of your cat. He had been too eager. Thank you then. Yi Nanchi's lips curved into a smile. I've prepared Xiaoli's lunch and snacks. I'll trouble you to feed it then. Xiaoli's ears twitched upon hearing the word snacks. Yi Nanchi noticed its small movement, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. She took out enough cat food for 1 meal for Xiaoli, a small half bottle of water, a dried fish snacks and finally Xiaoli's food bowl. With the strength she currently displayed, taking out these few items wouldn't arouse their suspicion. Zhuzun Mo. Then I'll leave Xiaoli and 1509 to you all. Yi Nanqi turned her head and said to Chu Junmo, who was squatting beside her, while handing him the items in her hand. Chu Junmo reached out and took the items from Yi Nanqi's hand. Don't worry. Yi Nanqi stood up and put her backpack back on. As she reached the door, she turned back to Xiaoli, who was still huddled in place but secretly watching her, and said, Xiaoli, be good, I'll be back as soon as possible. Xiaoli moved its body but didn't respond to Yi Nanqi. Yi Nanqi didn't mind. She smiled helplessly and prepared to open the door and leave. But Chu Junmo's voice came from behind her again. You be careful too. I will, thanks. Yi Nanqi waved at the people in the room, opened the door and left. As soon as Yi Nanqi left, Su Liyan and Long Xiexian let out a series of strange, gossipy laughs. If I remember correctly, it's my turn to house sit today. Chu Junmo placed the items on the coffee table and looked up at the three of them. Why aren't you leaving yet? The winking duo plus honest Chung Lin. Chu Junmo directly kicked the three out of the house, then went back inside to have a staring contest with Xiaoli. After staring for half an hour, Chu Junmo suddenly stood up. I'm so stupid. Why did I stay to house sit? I should have gone out. Then he could have secretly followed the little girl and protected her. Chu Junmo wished he could turn back time to half an hour ago. Meanwhile, Yi Nanqi was already speeding towards the place where the three had met in her previous life, riding her snowboard. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Killing her enemies a second time was truly thrilling. Yi Nanqi arrived at a supermarket named Tongshin. The supermarket had 2 floors. The first floor was already covered by heavy snow, with only the second floor still exposed. Through the precarious second-story window, she saw many survivors inside, frantically snatching items from the supermarket. It seemed the zombies inside had already been dealt with. Yi Nanqi let out a small puff of white breath, first putting away her snowboard in a secluded spot, then entering the supermarket through the second-story window. The survivors in the supermarket saw Yi Nanqi, dressed in thick clothes, enter, and their eyes flashed with vigilance and greed. Several people had already started to surround Yi Nanqi. In their eyes, Yi Nanqi, alone and a girl, was a helpless fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Nanqi's eyes shifted slightly. She pulled out the axe tucked behind her back and, without a word, brought it down fiercely on the wooden board in front of her, which was at least 20 centimeters thick. With a crack, the wooden board split into 4 pieces. The people who had been surrounding Yi Nanqi paused, their eyes flashing with horror and hesitation. This fat sheep seemed not so easy to slaughter. After a moment of internal struggle, the few people finally gave up on Yi Nanqi, this big fat sheep. Compared to expending great effort to snatch clothes from Yi Nanqi, it was more cost-effective to snatch supplies from the supermarket. This single chop also made those who were eager to move give up their intentions. No matter the time, people always bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing that everyone was now wary of her, Yi Nanqi tucked the axe back behind her and began to pick through the supermarket items. Chapter 27. Enemy from the previous life 2. Wherever there was food and water, large fights were breaking out, leading to absolute chaos. Many people who failed to grab food and water adopted an if I can't eat it, neither can you mentality, desperately tossing items out of other people's backpacks. Yi Nanqi stood on the edge of the brawl, shaking her head and sighing about the futility of it all, while simultaneously quickly stuffing the food and water thrown out of the fighting circle into her own backpack. Soon her backpack was full. Yi Nanqi weighed it, nodded contentedly, realizing she had enough bait. The method and speed of her resource collection were eye-opening to the surrounding people, making them incredibly tempted, and someone immediately tried to imitate her. Unfortunately, as soon as they approached the fighting circle, they were dragged in by those whose eyes were already bloodshot from fighting. In the end, they not only failed to pick up any supplies but also suffered a beating for nothing. Yi Nanqi, who had watched the whole scene from the side, twitched her lips. So they only saw her picking up supplies, but didn't notice her incredibly cool and handsome blocking technique? Speechless, Yi Nanqi hoisted her backpack and walked toward the area where miscellaneous goods were displayed. Calculating the time, those two should be arriving soon. She needed to set the bait. There were only a few scattered people in the miscellaneous goods area. When they saw Yunanchi approach, they merely glanced up at her before continuing to gather supplies. Yunanchi took a pack of biscuits from her backpack, slowly tore open the wrapper, and pulled out a single biscuit. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, a delicate female voice came from behind her. "Hello, can I use this to trade for half a pack of biscuits?" "And me? I'll use this to trade with you." Yi Nanki's lips curved slightly. They had arrived. She slowly turned around, and the two people behind her were indeed those two sluts from her previous life, Guyu and Joya. The two of them were wearing reasonably thick clothing, but in this negative 40-degree weather, it was only enough to keep them from freezing to death, certainly not enough to keep them warm. This was evident from their constantly shaking bodies. Yunanchi looked at the items in their hands and sneered inwardly. In her previous life, these two had also used a cheap street stall jade bracelet and a cheap street stall jade ring to trade for one pack of her biscuits. Why did she agree to the exchange back then? It seemed they had cried, saying that their elderly, seriously ill grandmother or maternal grandmother hadn't eaten anything for 3 days and was about to die. Oh right, Guyu and Joya were cousins. They wanted the elder to eat something good before passing away. And she, recalling her own deceased grandmother, empathized and agreed to the completely unfair trade. Thinking about it now, she was truly kind back then. Yunanchi inadvertently became lost in her own thoughts. But the backpack beside her was wide open, displaying its interior packed full of snacks, water and instant noodles to Guyu and Joya. Guyu and Joya exchanged a look, calculation flashing in their eyes. Yunanchi caught that calculating look. This calculation was obvious to anyone with eyes. How could her past self have been so blind? Yunanchi was speechless and choked up thinking about her past self. Just then, Guyu began to shed tears, tearfully giving Yunanchi the exact same spiel as in the previous life, while Joya, beside her, also started to sob once Guyu began crying. Yunanchi showed the same sympathy on her face as she had in her previous life, but inwardly she was despising her former self. Their acting was so clearly amateurish. Why did her past self fall for it? "You two, please stop crying. If you keep crying, Yunanchi raised her hand to cover her eyes, feigning a look that suggested, "If you keep crying, I'll start crying too." She thought internally, "Please stop crying, your acting is so bad I'm about to vomit." Sigh. "I really need to shield my eyes." Triumph flashed in Guyu's and Joya's eyes. Guyu sniffled and extended the cheap street item toward Yunanchi again. "This jade bracelet is a family heirloom, worth a fortune. If it weren't for our desperate situation, I definitely wouldn't take it out just to trade for half a pack of biscuits from you." Joya quickly handed the cheap street ring in her hand toward Yunanchi as well. "I bought this ring for 50,000 yuan. It's my favorite thing. I'll give it to you too if you'll just trade me half a pack of biscuits." They were truly treating her like an idiot, and her past self had foolishly believed them. That bracelet and ring together weren't even worth 5 yuan. "Alright, I'll trade with you." Yunanchi didn't want to watch their performance anymore, so she nodded, but instead of giving the biscuits to the two of them, she put them into her backpack and zipped it up. Then, under their puzzled gazes, she said, "I have some medicine in this bag that might be useful for the elder. Quickly take me to where the elder is." Yunanchi didn't want to follow the script of her previous life. She wanted to change the plot and see just how blind her past self had been. In her previous life, she hadn't gone to see the miserable elder they spoke of. She had only traded biscuits with them, and 3 days later, while searching for supplies, she coincidentally ran into the two who had supposedly lost their loved one. It was that encounter that led to the three of them grouping up, ultimately resulting in her tragic death 8 years later, devoured by a strange beast. Thinking about it now, that poor elder. Most likely she was a fabrication. These two probably targeted her the moment she agreed to trade biscuits with them. Guyu and Joya exchanged glances, seemingly surprised that in a disaster where lives were easily lost, there was still such a self-sacrificing fool. You really are a good person. We'll take you there right now." Guyu reacted quickly, wiping away the almost non-existent tears from her eyes, and walked ahead with Joya to lead the way. Yunanchi sneered silently and followed them. Guyu and Joya shivered, leading Yunanchi through the snow, turning many corners. After finally turning into an empty corner, Guyu and Joya felt around in a certain spot in the snow. Next, they each had a kitchen knife in their hands. Idiot. If you don't want to die, hand over your backpack and the clothes you're wearing. The two advanced toward Yinanchi, holding the kitchen knives, cruel smiles plastered on their faces. This smile gradually merged with the two hideous faces they wore when they pushed her into the pack of strange beasts in her previous life. Sigh, it seems my death wasn't unjust. Something so obvious took my past self 8 years to realize. No, I didn't realize it even after 8 years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died so miserably. Yinanchi sighed softly, gave 2 bitter laughs, and cursed herself multiple times. Finally, she looked up at Guyu and Joya, who were getting closer, and slowly drew the chain axe from behind her back. Perfect. I don't want to play with you anymore either. Looking at them for even one more second reminded her how foolish her past self had been. Yinanchi abruptly swung the axe in her hand. The axe traced a beautiful arc in midair. The next second, blood splattered high into the air. A severed hand flew up, and agonizing screams echoed across the sky. Chapter 28. Enemies from a Past Life 3. The hands of Guyu and Joya, which were holding the kitchen knives, had already said goodbye to them. With a pop, they fell into the snow. The severed hands and large patches of blood were shocking against the pristine white snow. The extreme pain made their faces turn as pale as paper, and their bodies shook violently without stopping. They let out continuous, heartbreaking screams. Yinanchi watched the two struggling in the snow expressionlessly, her eyes flashing with a cruel light. It was merely a severed hand. How could it compare to the pain of being swallowed alive by mutated beasts in her past life? Only at this moment did the anger and hatred that Yinanchi had been suppressing deep in her heart surge out in a dense torrent. She had indeed been blind, feeding her sincere heart to 2 dogs. She deserved it when she died. But these 2 dogs who had received her heart and still trampled upon it deserved to die even more. Yinanchi pulled the chain to retract the chain axe, tucked it behind her back, and then slowly walked over and crouched down in front of Guyu and Joya. She grabbed both of them by their collars, her tone fierce and her eyes filled with murderous intent. You bitches! Who only managed to survive for 8 years by relying on men, not only did you not repay me, but you actually dared to stab me in the back. How dared you do that? Even raising an ungrateful wretch would at least get you a cold glare. But these 2 bitches gave her nothing and even took her life. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Guyu and Joya's teeth chattered loudly. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yinanchi, both of them shaking their heads desperately. Guyu moved her lips, trembling as she tried to speak. She wanted to ask Yinanchi if she had mistaken them for someone else. This was their first time meeting, so where did the 8 years come from? She also wanted to beg Yinanchi for mercy and say that they were wrong. She wanted to say that they had already paid the price of a severed hand for their mistake, and beg Yinanchi to show mercy and let them go. However, before she could say these words, Yinanchi threw Joya aside and immediately slapped her hard across the face. This slap left Guyu seeing stars and feeling dizzy. Did I tell you to speak? Yinanchi picked up the chain axe again, its blade sliding slowly against Guyu's face. Guyu's lips trembled, her eyes darting around uncontrollably. She was terrified to the extreme. She hadn't even said anything yet. Woo. Beside her, Joya was also shaking, even having the thought of abandoning Guyu and running away on her own. But the moment she moved, Yinanchi held the chain axe horizontally. The snow reflected the blade's glint, looking chilling and terrifying. Joya looked at the chain axe pressed tightly against her carotid artery, and was instantly scared out of her wits, not daring to move again. Even the shivering caused by the extreme cold was forcefully suppressed by her. At this moment, Guyu and Joya regretted it so much that their intestines had turned green. They shouldn't have provoked Yinanchi. They thought the target of their extortion was an easy-to-bully little white rabbit, but who knew this little white rabbit was actually a devil, a lunatic, in rabbit's clothing? So, your sisterhood is nothing more than this. Yinanchi let out a sudden chuckle, tucked the chain axe behind her back, dragged one in each hand, slowly stood up, and walked towards the hospital ahead. Seeing the hospital getting closer and closer, Guyu and Joya began to struggle. What do you want to do? What are you going to do? The constant roars of zombies coming from the hospital made their hearts jump with fear, and they instantly guessed Yi Nanki's intentions. We were wrong, we apologize to you. We won't ever dare to do it again. I beg you to let us go. Please let us go, okay? Guyu and Joya begged over and over again. Tears and snot streaming down their faces. Yi Nanchi turned a deaf ear and just walked straight towards the hospital. The two begged and struggled all the way, but it was to no avail. They could only watch helplessly as they were dragged closer and closer to the hospital. I don't want to die. Help. Help. I really know I was wrong. The two's crying and shouting became increasingly shrill, startling people near and far to keep looking over. However, no one came forward to ask, no one spoke up or intervened for them, and some even hid far away. Falling into this difficult situation of struggling to survive, the survivors didn't even have the heart to watch gossip. Yi Nanchi had already dragged the two to the window on the second floor of the hospital. Roar. With the heavy snow blocking the doors, countless first-level zombies were trapped inside the hospital, roaring angrily. A glance over showed them densely packed in the corridors and wards, making one's scalp tingle. Yi Nanchi smashed the window open halfway with an axe, and then dragged Guyu to the edge of the window. No. She struggled desperately, but she could not escape the restraint of Yi Nanki's hands. No. Too late. After saying this, Yi Nanchi suddenly threw Guyu into the horde of zombies. Then she dragged back Joya, who had secretly crawled out 2 meters. The moment she was pushed into the zombie horde, Joya shouted at Yi Nanchi with full hatred. You devil! You won't die a good death. Won't die a good death? Yi Nanchi clapped her hands lightly, and while listening to the screams coming from the hospital, she walked slowly into the distance. What a joke! With you around, I would be the one not to die a good death. Yi Nanki's figure gradually disappeared into the vast snowfield. Help! Yi Nanchi, who was walking back, suddenly heard a cry for help. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 people being chased by a zombie not far away. A man and a woman, and an elderly man with graying hair who was lying on the man's back. Yi Nanchi only glanced at them once and lost interest, focusing her gaze only on the zombie behind them. Hee, what good luck, it's actually a second-level zombie. Excitement appeared in Yi Nanki's eyes. After pulling out the chain axe from behind her, she ran towards the second-level zombie with happy steps. Ability core, here I come. The escaping woman saw someone holding an axe rushing towards them, and was overjoyed, thinking they were about to be saved. But when she saw that the person holding the axe was a skinny little girl, her face fell again. With those small arms and legs, she wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the monster's teeth. Little girl, don't come over, run away. Go quickly, you are no match for it. The escaping man shouted at Yi Nanchi. Yi Nanchi turned a deaf ear, her heart filled with only 3 words. Ability core. Little girl, go quickly, don't throw your life away for nothing. The elderly man lying on the man's back managed to open his eyes and shouted laboriously at Yi Nanchi. Yi Nanchi always felt that this voice sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, so she couldn't help but look closely. Whoa, good heavens, this elderly man seems to be the director of the Jiuzhou Research Institute. Yi Nanchi stared intently at the elderly man, who was not yet fully conscious but was still trying to tell her to run. Her eyes shining scurrilous was a big shot. Although the Jiuzhou Research Institute didn't exist yet, it didn't stop her from hugging a big shot's thigh in advance. Yi Nanchi licked the corner of her mouth and rushed towards the second-level zombie even more fiercely. Ability core, ability core. Save the big shot, save the big shot. Hug the thigh. Hug the thigh. Yi Nanchi shouted these 3 sentences repeatedly in her heart. Thus, the group on the opposite side saw that the little girl they had tried to dissuade seemed to have suddenly been injected with chicken blood, and she went howling towards the zombie that was chasing them relentlessly. Seeing Yi Nanchi rushing towards it, the second-level zombie immediately abandoned the 3 people, quickly changed its target, and lunged at Yi Nanchi. Bang! The second-level zombie punched the chain axe, and the chain axe let out a crack and broke apart. And Yi Nanchi was also blasted back several steps by the force of that punch. Yi Nanchi frowned tightly, her eyes showing gravity. Strength-type zombie, and then she said with great disdain, Why does it have to be an enhanced type zombie? Chapter 29. Building Favorability 1. There are two types of zombies. Elemental supernatural ability zombies and 강화형 zombies. Elemental supernatural ability zombies have a similar body flexibility to ordinary survivors. They have an ability core in their brain and rely on activating it to control their supernatural ability attacks. As their level increases, these zombies will gradually regain consciousness and a sense of pain, and their proficiency in controlling their supernatural ability will also grow. A very important factor determining their strength is their proficiency in controlling their supernatural ability. This is also the main reason why the first two second-level zombies were quickly decapitated. But Angahung zombies are different. They don't have an ability core in their heads. The SI virus directly modified and enhanced their physical functions, whether it's strength, speed, defense, hearing, or smell. These zombies will not regain their previous consciousness. Their attacks are without method, and their bodies feel no pain. Strength type and speed type are especially difficult to deal with. Mutants are most reluctant to face Gangahung zombies, mainly for two reasons. The first point, once they latch on, they won't give up until you're dead. Even if you run 1,000 miles away, they will cross mountains and rivers to chase you, incredibly persistent. The second point, mutants in the early apocalypse are weak and need ability cores to level up, but these zombies don't have ability cores in their heads, and are even harder to deal with than elemental supernatural ability zombies. However, the ratio of these zombies to elemental supernatural ability zombies is roughly 1 to 100. It can be considered that the SI virus showed mercy and didn't completely wipe out humanity. Thinking of this, Yunanchi touched her chest. The hearts of existing humans also contain the SI virus, which is why some humans will become mutants in a few days. As for why everyone has the virus in their bodies, yet only some people mutate, the Research Institute had not found a result in her previous life, even until her death. But Yunanchi herself believed that it might be like getting vaccinated. Those who produced antibodies would be immune to becoming mutants. While deep in thought, Yunanchi was also swiftly dodging the second-level zombies' attacks. She hadn't awakened her supernatural ability yet, and in terms of pure physical strength, she was far from matching the second-level strength-type zombie. However, although the second-level strength-type zombie was strong, its speed was only 50 faster than a first-level zombie, comparable to a human's fast-walking speed, and its brain wasn't very bright. Yi Nanki's mind raced, and suddenly a flash of inspiration hit her. A good idea surfaced. But to implement this idea, she would need to get tools from her space, and the three people not far away were staring intently at her. I miscalculated, I can't beat it. You guys wait for me here. Allure it away first. Yi Nanchi thought for a moment, then shouted to the three people in the distance, turned and ran. After running a few steps, she looked back uneasily and shouted again. Be sure to wait for me, I have medicine in my bag. Hee. Thanks to suffering countless injuries in her previous life, she could tell at a glance that the big shot was injured. Yi Nanchi ran far away in a flash, with the zombie close behind her. Ajo, the old man, saw Yi Nanchi lure the zombie away by herself and immediately became anxious. Quickly put me down and go help that little girl. Teacher, don't worry, I'm going. The man called Ajo immediately put the old man down, and was about to leave when 5 first-level zombies suddenly appeared around the corner of a tall building behind him. The 5 zombies became excited as soon as they saw the 3 of them, slipping and sliding as they desperately lunged towards them. Teacher, it seems we are like clay Buddhas crossing a river, barely able to save ourselves. Ajo gave a bitter smile, picked up the old man again, and prepared to run. Ajo, these few are different from the one just now. These move slowly. Let's just lead them around this area. We have to wait for that little girl. The old man patted Azha's shoulder. He knew that for them, leaving quickly was the best option. But the little girl risked herself alone to save them. He couldn't just abandon her like that. At least he had to see her safe. The woman next to him frowned slightly upon hearing this, seemingly disapproving, but then she thought of something else and ultimately said nothing. All right, teacher, I understand. Ajo nodded and jogged around the vicinity with the old man on his back. On the other side, Yi Nanchi ran over 200 meters in one breath. After confirming that the three couldn't see her, there was no one else around, and she had already pulled 10 meters ahead of the zombie. She quickly took out a 3-meter-long plastic sheet and spread it on the ground. She then quickly threw some snow and water onto it, creating a simple ice rink where the ice and snow merged. The moment the second-level zombie stepped onto the plastic sheet, its feet slipped, and with a thud it fell. The second-level zombie took a faceplant. It tried to get up, but on the plastic sheet with ice and snow, it thrashed around for a long time without being able to stand. Yinanchi quickly moved to the side of the plastic sheet, pulled out a meter-long machete, and with lightning speed, chopped off the second-level zombie's head. The second-level zombie deceased. Looking at the dead second-level zombie, Yinanchi's lips curved slightly. She truly was a clever girl to come up with such a method. Yinanchi wiped the machete back and forth with snow a few times before throwing it into her space. Then she ran towards the three people. As soon as she reached them, she saw the three of them being chased by 5 first-level zombies again. Yinanji. This big shot is really hard to cling to. Little girl, you're back. The old man's pale face broke into a smile when he saw Yinanchi completely unharmed. Yes, I temporarily lured it into a snow pit, but that pit won't hold it for long. We need to run quickly. Yinanchi didn't plan to waste time on these 5 first-level zombies, and urged the three to run with her. Teacher? Ajo turned to ask for the old man's opinion. His teacher's status was unusual, so he naturally wouldn't make decisions lightly. Follow the little girl. The old man looked at Yinanchi, who was already running ahead leading the way, and made a definitive decision. He believed that someone willing to risk herself to help them lure away danger would not be a bad person. Moreover, it was their first time meeting. The little girl had no reason to harm him. Yes. Ajo nodded. And the three quickly followed. Yinanchi led the three into an emptied convenience store. Click. Yinanchi closed the door behind her, then took off her backpack, and using it as cover, retrieved 2 anti-inflammatory pills, a roll of white gauze, a small half-bottle of iodophor, and a small packet of hemostatic powder from her space. My sense of smell has been stronger than others since I was a child, Yinanchi said, spouting nonsense with a straight face. I just smelled blood on the old gentleman. These should be useful. With that, she handed over the items. Ash's eyes lit up. These were indeed what they needed right now. But he didn't take them, only looking at the old man for his opinion. The old man didn't hesitate, smiling as he accepted the items. Then thank you, little girl. After a pause, the old man added, don't call me old gentleman either. This old man's surname is Sheng Shuyun. If you don't mind, just call me Grandpa Sheng. At these words, Yinanchi was roaring with laughter inwardly. How could she mind? She was practically begging for it. But she maintained her composure perfectly. Hello, Grandpa Sheng, my name is Yinanchi. Yinanchi gave the old man a smile. Quick, remember my name and face deeply, and when I go to buy laser weapons and battle suits, please give me a discount. Chapter 30. Boosting favorability too. Hey, girlie, why are you out here alone? Where are your parents? Sheng Shuyan had no children in his life. Seeing Yinanchi, who was well-behaved and had saved their lives, he was very fond of her and couldn't help but ask another question. I don't have parents. The grandmother who adopted me passed away 5 years ago. That was the truth. She had never seen her parents since she could remember. Grandma said that when she found her, she was curled up next to a trash can shivering. That day, it was snowing heavily. Grandma took 3-year-old her around the neighborhood asking questions, and then reported it to the police. But her family was never found, and no one came looking for her. Finally, seeing how pitifully she cried, Grandma brought her home and raised her for 17 years. And just when she was starting to be able to repay her, Grandma left her. Thinking of the grandmother who raised her, a hint of sadness appeared in Yinanchi's eyes. Grumble. Just as Sheng Shuyan was about to say something to comfort Yinanchi, as his stomach suddenly rumbled. His face flushed, and he quickly covered his stomach. Counting it up, they hadn't eaten anything for 2 consecutive days. This sound was like flipping the switch for hunger. Sheng Shuyan's stomach and that woman's stomach quickly followed suit, rumbling loudly. Both of their faces also turned red. Yinanchi was laughing wildly inside, constantly cheering. Yes, yes, yes. Another chance to boost favorability. But on the surface, she only showed a faint smile. She opened her backpack again, took out 3 packages of bread, gave one to Sheng Xuyin first, and then distributed the other 2 to Ajo and the woman sitting next to him. She wondered if, considering this medicine and food, the big shot would give her a 50 discount later. Sheng Xuyin stared blankly at the bread in his hand, momentarily speechless. In this sudden natural disaster, of course he understood the value of 1 loaf of bread, let alone the fact that Yi Nanqi had given them 3 at once. This was a great kindness. And this girl had an honest nature. She was a good child. Instantly, Sheng Zuyin's gaze toward Yi Nanqi contained a few more hints of affection. Sheng Zuyin's look made Yi Nanqi pause. That gaze reminded her of her grandmother. While thinking that her 50 discount was probably secured, Yi Nanqi also showed 2 points more sincerity. Grandpa Sheng, I have a few bottles of water left in my bag. But they are all frozen. I'll go collect some firewood and start a fire to thaw them so you can drink. After Yi Nanqi finished speaking, she prepared to get up and go out. Sheng Xuyin quickly pulled her back. Ajo, you are the older brother, you go. After saying that, Sheng Xuyin belatedly remembered that he hadn't introduced the 2 people beside him to Yi Nanqi. Girl Yi, this is Tan Qizhou, you can just call him Big Brother, and this is Wenting. He didn't suggest she call her older sister though. Yi Nanqi wasn't stupid, and she immediately discerned the differing status of the 2 people in Sheng Zuyin's estimation from this introduction. She inexplicably gained an older brother, but Yi Nanqi didn't feel the slightest displeasure. Although she still didn't know Tan Kiz's identity, anyone Sheng Xuyin kept by his side was likely not ordinary. She immediately smiled brightly at Tan Qizhou. Big Brother Tan, and then smiled as she called out to Wenting. Wenting. Tan Qizhou had a very good impression of Yi Nanqi, and immediately responded with a laugh. Hey, I've always wanted a younger sister, and now my wish has come true. Wenting only looked up, smiled at Yi Nanqi, and then lowered her head to continue eating her bread. Teacher, please talk with Nanqi first. I'll go out and collect firewood. Tan Qizhou tugged at his clothes, said something to Sheng Xuyin, and then walked out. Don't go too far. Sheng Xuyin cautioned him with a hint of worry. Got it, teacher. Sheng Xuyin kept leaning forward to watch Tan Qizhou, until he could no longer see him before retracting his gaze. Don't let Big Brother Tan's height fool you, he is truly a combat weakling. Sheng Xuyin complained to Yi Nanqi, but after only a couple of sentences, he started praising him again. However, he has a smart brain, works seriously and carefully, has a strong sense of responsibility, and is especially inquisitive. It's a pity about your age difference. Wait. Girl, how old are you? Are you 20 yet? Haha. Grandpa Sheng, I'm already 25. Ye Nanji laughed involuntarily. Oh dear, I couldn't tell. Grandpa thought you were just starting university. But 25 is good. Do you have a boyfriend? Sheng Zuyin's eyes sparkled with a kindly smile. And upon closer inspection, there was also a hint of anticipation. Not yet, Yi Nanqi shook her head, smiling. She understood Sheng Zuyin's intention. But, Grandpa Sheng, I don't want to date right now. A man would affect the speed at which she drew her knife, after all. Oh, you don't want to date yet. Sheng Zuyin's tone held a hint of disappointment, but he immediately cheered up. It's fine, there will always be a day when you want to date. When that time comes, remember to consider Big Brother Tan. Yi Nanqi laughed again, saying very directly, Grandpa Sheng, Big Brother Tan is perfectly fine as my older brother. I prefer strong men. For example, Chu Junmo's sharp. Cold face suddenly appeared in Yi Nanqi's mind. If she were really going to date, she would definitely prioritize Chu Junmo. She had to admit, she really liked Chu Junmo's face. Plus he had good skills, a great physique, and was very helpful. If she dated him, she could probably enjoy the pleasure of fighting alongside him in the wilderness zone. As for Tan Qizhou, purely based on looks, he was comparable to Chu Junmo, but Yi Nanqi shook her head. He looked tall but was actually quite frail. He couldn't even defeat a first-level zombie. He wasn't cut out for fighting, nor was he her type. Sheng Xuyin sighed after hearing Yi Nanqi say she liked strong men. His favorite student was good in every way, except he wasn't strong. When it came to compatibility, Sheng Xuyin glanced at Yi Nanqi. thinking he might even be weaker than Girl Yi. He still remembered the sight of Yi Nanchi charging toward a zombie while wielding an axe. TSK. That fierce appearance was exactly like his old lady. And survival ability. Xing Xiuyan glanced again at Yi Nanqi's large backpack, bulging and filled with the hope of survival. Looking again at the clothes Yi Nanqi was wearing, they looked thick and warm. Alas, looking at it this way, this favored student was almost unbearable. Teacher Nanqi, am back. As he spoke, Tan Qizhou returned carrying a wooden chair. I found this, and also a kitchen knife. Teacher Nanqi Wenting, please step back. Tan Qizhou placed the chair on the ground, raised the kitchen knife, and started chopping with a clank-clank. But after a few chops, besides a few chips appearing on the chair and the knife, Yi Nanqi rubbed her nose and silently turned her gaze elsewhere. Honestly, she was a little disgusted with him even as an older brother. After listening to Tan Qizhou chop a few more times, seeing that the chair only had a few more nicks and no other change. Yi Nanji Sepok. Big brother Tan, let me do it. She really couldn't bear to watch anymore. Tan Qizhou felt a bit awkward and silently handed the kitchen knife to Yi Nanqi. Yi Nanqi took the kitchen knife from Tan Qiz's hand and chopped fiercely at the chair. Crack! The chair made a crisp sound. Yi Nanqi raised her hand and chopped fiercely again, splitting the chair into pieces. Tan Qizhou looked at the shattered chair, his expression indescribable. Alright, on his first day as an older brother, he had completely lost face.